Namaste everyone. Welcome to Navavimash podcast. So today, lucky day today. So we have Nejanda of CSK with us to discuss what happened to his channel and how things are going. So and I will be on and off. So right now, from now on, Nejanda will be speaking and I will be the audience. So Nejanda, over to you.
Thank you, Bhupenda. We still don't know who is older than whom. We both call each other Dada. So, Bhupenda, thanks a lot. I'm hugely humbled that you gave me this opportunity to come to your channel and tell me and tell people what's going on, because a lot of people are worried. A lot of people have given up hope about the channel. So my channel is hacked. The email ID through which I used to run the channel, that is also hacked. And people are leaving the channel. About 120, 130 people have left, unsubscribed the channel already because they have given up hope and they think the channel is gone, and or they simply think they don't know the entire story and they think this channel is not what I subscribed. This might be something I subscribed by mistake. So, and all the memberships I think are also going away. People are leaving the membership. Hi Gautam, nice to see you here as well. Yeah, I'll tell you the updates. The update basically is that I'm in talks with the support team with Google. That's all. Today, 4 hours back, they gave me a reset your password link, which was supposed to expire 7 days later, but already expired 4 hours later for some reason, which I clicked on and nothing happened. So what happened is, how this all happened is, now imagine my situation right when I'm in the middle of a crowdfunding campaign. My channel and my email ID, everything goes away, and people think, did this guy just run away with our money? What's even happening? I start a crowdfunding campaign, and some amount of money has been gathered already. 32,000 in the keto.org link. The description, in the description box, you can find all the links. Okay, you can find all the different ways you can contribute to the Kaal Bhairav Ashtakam Vigilance music video project. So I'm in the middle of it. 32,000 has been raised in on keto.org, and including the contributions in personally, people have sent me to GPay and the ones in PayPal. Total, we have collected about a little more than rupees 79,000, which is a pretty cool amount. And we have a long way to go. We have a long time to go as well. So let's see what happens. Up until 17th September, I think I will keep on collecting. Crypto ka nasha ho gaya channel ko, yeah. Sad stuff. So how it all started is, I got a pretty legitish looking mail from Duolingo. Obviously not the actual Duolingo app, but someone claiming to be from Duolingo. Hi Abhay, hi Amok. So now the ID was something like, let me tell you what's the exact ID, okay? Because I don't have access to the Gmail ID, but it's still logged in. It's logged in name only from my phone, but I had to delete all cache and history on my desktop, because a virus did all of this. That's the main problem. On the bright side, Pura trading city, yeah. So I can still see the mail. So I can't do anything from my phone through that email ID, but I can just see it. So this is the ID, okay? The subject line was Duolingo, and this is a lesson for anyone who plans to start a YouTube channel or will start in future, or whoever is getting hacked. They must all know this thing step by step. So the mail subject line was Duolingo. Let's collaborate for excellence. Now, so far this sounded spammy to me. नवविमर्श दादा का चैनल हैक हो गया दिया मेरे क्रिप्टो, तो मैंने ही नवविमर्श का चैनल हैक कर लिया. This looks spammy, but I thought, let's just check it out. What is collaborate for excellence? So the mail said, hello Indic Consciousness, which is my email ID for that channel, indicconsciousness@gmail.com. My name is Roger Chapman. Hello Indic Consciousness. My name is Roger Chapman, and I represent Duolingo. We are inspired by your channel and how you share knowledge with your audience. We would like to propose a alliance. Now, ChatGPT doesn't write wrong grammar, I guess. So this was wrong grammar. So I thought maybe therefore it's written by a human. Propose a alliance where you can introduce our language learning platform to your viewers. We believe our product will be valuable for your audience. If you're interested, we could discuss the possibility of creating shared videos that would be enriching and delightful to your subscribers. Looking forward to your thoughts. All the best, Roger Chapman. So this came to my mail. This was mailed to me on 11th July. So I replied, yes, I would be interested, because I thought this is a sponsorship type of thing. And I thought, well, my channel has just crossed 15,000 subscribers. Maybe that's why they are seeking those channels out. Maybe it will be for some low amount of money, but there will be some sort of partnership. Then they, okay, 2 days later or 1 day later, when was this? Yeah, on 12th July, they reply with images, okay, which look like mails but are really images, and messages are written there. They say, "Thank you for your response and interest in collaborating with us. We are happy to discuss cooperation and confident that it will blah 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 to make our collaboration as efficiently as possible. Let's clarify a few key points. We are happy to discuss cooperation and confident that it will help you deliver high quality content while introducing your audience to Duolingo's innovative products." So I think this is a copy paste of actual Duolingo mails that go out to content creators, I think. So there's a publishing schedule. When are your upcoming videos planned, and would it be possible to place an advertisement in one of them? Additional content. If there are no available slots next week, could we discuss the possibility of adding an extra video? It is important for us to launch the presentation of the new product on time. We would appreciate your response and look forward to a long-term and successful partnership. Compensation details. Now here, I actually checked with a software developer friend of mine. Oh, that friend of mine who came on our podcast with Shayapal. His name is Saurabh Dash, who is a vocalist as well, and is one of the vocalists in our Kaal Bhairav Ashtakam project. So I asked him, "Does this mail look legit?" He said the compensation detail seem obviously too high to be true. And I thought, yes, this is too high for my channel, but maybe this is the amount they pay to people like Ranveer Allahabadia, and therefore are advertising that they can go up till this amount. But maybe for me, they will provide some amount that is way lesser than this. So the compensation was $5,000, 50% upon signing, 50% after the video is published. As soon as we receive confirmation of your signature, we'll send the initial $2,500. Once the video is live and you send us the link, you'll receive the final $2,500. Then agreement, next steps, etc. Okay, then what happened? Yeah, then I think I waited for a few days. That's about 3 or 4 days back when my channel got hacked. I clicked on a download link that was given here. Yeah, there was an enclosed file. The category said what we have prepared for you, an enclosed file. Then download a password. Password is Duolingo. I download on that link, and a zip file gets downloaded, mega.nz or something. So inside that zip file, there are 3 videos which are from Duolingo. They are Duolingo promotional videos only, which I'm supposed to play right before my live stream or during my live stream, etc. So I thought, yeah, this is pretty doable. I'll just put them up on my StreamYard, play the video like I play my music videos often. And there was one PDF. Then I click on the PDF and nothing happens. I click on it again and nothing happens. And luckily, my email ID from which I run the YouTube channel, that email ID was logged in. There I start seeing all of a sudden mails are coming in that, okay, wrong password. Then it says, yes, it's the correct password. Then it says, okay, here's your new verification. And within like 1.5 minutes, my email ID is hacked, my email ID's passwords are changed, verification ways, all of that is changed. It got remote access of my computer through a Trojan virus. It's called RAT, random access, no, remote access Trojan. And immediately I see that my YouTube channel is gone. It's called Trading View. Cover pic is changed. The famous rock climber, free solo climber, solo free climber called Alex Honnold is on the cover pic of the channel right now. It's called Trading View. All my videos are gone. Live streams are there, and it's only trading videos. Then I refire uh, my antivirus. Now there are pretty good antiviruses available these days. The reason I don't have a very strong antivirus, or the reason I downloaded it, I think I had some aspects of the antivirus bypass, because when I allowed it to troubleshoot and delete the virus, it did. But since I use pirated music softwares, guys, I can't afford to have complete security, because those music softwares, those pirated music softwares, are also um, I think they operate like viruses, or their existence is akin to that of a virus, I've heard. So I keep some aspects of it unsafe and unprotected. of the antiviruses. So it could not do much. After that, it deleted, of course, and then my Windows firewall showed that, yeah, your computer is clean now, everything is fine. So then I can't do anything. I'm absolutely surprised. I'm pulling my hairs. Uh, I try logging in through different ways by clicking on try another way, etc. Nothing can happen because every option that comes after clicking on try another way, the backup of that has been created by the virus itself within that 1 minute. The phone numbers have been changed, the pass keys have been changed, the verification ways have been changed, and the password has been changed. So there is no way for me to prove that I have anything to do with this channel. So after about 4 or 5 hours of collaborating with my friend Shorab, that vocalist, and Shayok wasn't available. He is off to UK for some speech or talk or some meeting, or all of the three. So I stayed up late in the night with Shorab, and tried looking for all the solutions. Nothing was happening really. I could not find almost any solution. Finally, we came across something called on Google supporting, because the first thing Google tells you is that just do recovery account, click on recovery account on in the recovery account link, and then try another way and do it in some other way. But Google was not understanding my problem, that it was done by a virus within minutes, and all my verification ways to verify myself have been changed by that guy or by that virus. So I had to. Then we ended up finding a chatbot, AI chatbot by Google, which is for hacked account. It's a hacked account recovery sort of a chatbot specifically. They gave me a special recovery link. Okay, this is not the usual recovery link that you click in. It looks the UI is exactly the same. It looks exactly the same. The page looks exactly the same, but it was not. So I clicked on that, and finally they gave me a link to let them contact me in some other way. Okay, finally I get my replies in my original email ID, through which I run my bank account, etc., but through which I don't run the College Street Kolkata channel. So there they respond saying this is now all manual stuff. And in Twitter, though many of my viewers have shown concern, they have kindly retweeted and tagged Team YouTube repeatedly. So there I informed them what's the update, etc. So in the mail they say that, well, we are convinced that there has been some shenanigans going on, and so we are suspending the email ID. It is compromised, and here's what you can do. Then they send me stuff. But wait, let me pause here. When they said that they have suspended the email ID, I thought, well, now nothing further damage can happen to the YouTube channel, because the guy can't log in from the email ID, because I can't even log into the YouTube creator studio creator app, okay, from where I check comments and analytics and stuff. But I see that is not the case apparently, because one day after that or 2 days after that, the guy hid all my live streams as well, and my shorts and all. So the steps that I had to take then was, he gave that account again gave some other link where I was supposed to go and put in some details, some casual details. No. Did his phone get hacked? No, my phone didn't get hacked. Because I didn't do any of it through my phone, and even my other email IDs weren't hacked. That remote access Trojan took access of just that specific email ID through which I run the channel and through which I downloaded that virus, okay, which was logged in at the time of the virus. Increase volume, okay. Hello. I hope this is high enough. Okay. Yeah, hi Varun Dev, hi Amog. Volume is fine. Okay. Stream is fine for me. Okay. If stream is not fine, even that's not surprising, because my internet is always fucked up no matter where I live. Although people in other countries and other states also have the same problem. Whenever we bring in Rudrada from Texas, even his internet acts up. Lol. When we have Deepda, no matter if he's live from Delhi or Kolkata, his internet also acts up. So I don't think live streaming through StreamYard is a feasible process. Add a phone-based authenticator to Google. Yeah, I had all of that for my other IDs, not for that ID. Otherwise, they would be incentivized to go after my phone as well. So anyway, let me tell you what exactly what mails exactly I got. Okay, that from the support team, because this will be helpful to anyone else whose account gets hacked later on. Okay, let me tell you step by step what happened. Oh, my internet is not connected. Wait, let me tell you the conversation in the mail. Hmm. So this is a the subject line is YouTube support request from YouTube partner support at google.com. Uh, do you have a local backup? No, not at all. Yeah. Hi there. Thanks for reaching out. Seeing that someone has gained access to your account without your permission must put you in a lot of worry. Don't worry. We'll do our best to help you with this. We reached out and heard from our internal team, and they confirmed that your Google account was indeed compromised. For security purposes, we have disabled your account. Let us check if we can help. So then they tell me to clear. Step one is okay. Step one basically is all the stuff that I had done up until late night the previous day. Okay, the usual account recovery stuff. Okay, where you just click on try another way and then try to go ahead, move forward. You can't do anything. So what I had to do was step two, delayed manual recovery if the steps above don't work for you. So this here the first step is visit the special account recovery page, then do enter your email ID, click next, keep on clicking try another way, etc. You'll be asked to enter your recovery email. Recovery email is what I'm accessing Gmail right now from, obviously. If you are unable to get to step 5, okay, this is what happens. Then I give them some more of my details and some screenshots where it's proven that the TradingView channel used to be something else and it turned into something else within a matter of hours, because YouTube doesn't update all views and all data immediately, right? So if you search on YouTube typing College Street Kolkata, the TradingView channel comes in, but beneath the name TradingView, you can see the handle is still College Street Kolkata, at College Street Kolkata 9669 or something like that. But if you click on the channel and then go into the channel, then you see the handle has been changed to TradingView, but both can't exist at the same time. And plus, in the live streams, I had captured the screenshot that the TradingView channel was having those live streams with Dikit Bhattacharya. But if I search just College Street Kolkata, and that also shows TradingView channel has Dikit Bhattacharya's live streams. Why would that be there? And that same channel has a handle called College Street Kolkata 9669, and it doesn't when you enter the channel. So I guess that proved that this is a compromised account. So then I told them that, yeah, I've done everything you said, sent the screenshots, the mails, screenshot of the mail, etc. Lots of screenshots. Okay, then 16 July, thanks for providing the information. 17 July, thanks for getting back to us. Today, hi there, thanks for the update. We apologize for the delay in your response. Hi there, thanks for the update. We've reached out to the experts and hopefully something will happen. Okay, so the last update is that they sent me a password reset link, which expired within I guess 4 hours. I clicked on it and nothing happened. Now I'm expecting I'll get a reset link again. Why didn't YouTube stop that channel from uploading hacker stuff? That's a very important point. And there I have something to say. The TradingView name is actually of a legit company. Okay, they are a trading advisory or some app. Okay, they have verified accounts on YouTube. On YouTube, they have about 2.4 lakh subscribers. On Instagram, they have about 3.6 lakh subscribers, followers on Instagram. Now, is it that TradingView which is doing it? We'll probably have to sue TradingView to find out, but we will probably never know for sure. Otherwise, why would a bunch of hackers do something that helps TradingView? Because now if you go into the channel, the uploaded videos which had fake views from the very beginning, within moments it had exactly 1300 views on all the videos. Okay, So all those videos that they have uploaded, they are all TradingView's own videos. That the face that you can see on the thumbnail, that is the guy who runs the TradingView channel on the original TradingView platform. Now, when the home page gets deleted and new videos come up showing on the home page, they have links to the original TradingView YouTube channel. Can you believe it? So they just want to confuse people about which is the real TradingView, etc. They are not going to get the monetizations from this channel as well. The memberships have, a lot of them, I guess, have been cancelled. So I'm going to be losing a bunch of revenue. They are not. They don't care about the revenue from this channel really. But the only question that remains to be answered is, why would a bunch of hackers do something specific for this one company called TradingView? Because they are in a way benefiting it now. Because right now, from this hacked account, TradingView's own original TradingView channel's videos are getting featured on my homepage. This should be enough to sue TradingView, but I'm too broke. Of course, it's the evil capitalist economy. Yes. चलो bribe तो नहीं करना पड़ा. I'm guessing everyone knows about my Kaal Bhairav Ashtakam Vigilance project. If not, I'll just talk about it in the end. If any new viewer is here, let me know. Otherwise, it's just an audience interaction stream, okay? By the way, are you all seeing what's going on in USA? Ah, what a beautiful moment to talk about USA. Finally, US politics is interesting again. Make US politics interesting again, guys. Our wishes have been answered, our dreams have been fulfilled. US is finally interesting again. It was all so boring. Trump was compromised. Trump was very annoying, even to the Indian cause. Okay, by the way, you think Trump is on the files? I think he's on the files, but for money laundering stuff, not for pedophilia stuff. And that's what is pissing him off the most. I think he's definitely on the files, but most of the rich people, not most, a lot of people are there simply for money laundering. And some of them have in fact said that, well, yes, I'm there. I was just doing money laundering. So the accusations are such now that they are admitting that, yeah, all I did was money laundering, guys. And they don't hate me too much. Do you think they'll release the files? Technically, they can't. Not just because of threats and who's involved and stuff. The main problem is that uh, all these people have signed non-disclosure agreements. Legally, they are protected. The possible perpetrators, okay, the actual perpetrators are protected. All the people who actually did the pedophilia stuff, all of them are protected legally by American law. How can the files be released? Really, I have no clue. What happened? Any updates on the files? Yeah, no updates. Tomorrow, Pam Bond is apparently trying to garner more support for her, but nothing can come out. I think he's compromised because of Israel, and the British Crown family are pleading him not to. Yeah, yeah. And even he doesn't want to show people that his name is there, of course, because he'll never be able to convince people whether it's for pedophilia or it's for money laundering. The only person who wasn't protected in prison was Epstein. But you all must check out Sagar Enyati's podcast with the Flagrant guys just yesterday. He has done some massive research. Trump is ensuring a Democrat president in 2028. Yes, pretty much. What I'm wondering is how come two extremely popular leaders in two significant countries are all of a sudden in such a situation where their base is absolutely pissed off with them. Their base is, this is more important and more creepy and interesting and more mysterious, that their base is wondering what the fuck is happening? Why the fuck is this happening? Why isn't my prime minister or president doing something about it? So there, obviously, I think we can be rest assured that the deep state is doing its bidding, and they are coming back stronger, and or they never left to begin with. I think this is why Trump won in the first place. And Mr. Sociologist and I used to have conversations about this all the time before Trump came to power, and even after he came to power, immediately before his inauguration speech and stuff, that if he does come to power, it's because he made some deal with the deep state. It's because he said he is okay with some things that he was not when he won for the first time in 2016. If you serve your term, if you go on becoming the prime minister or president of a country, I don't think you are doing that when you are at odds with, I don't think you can do that when you are at odds with the deep state. And Jimmy Carter, a one-time president, a 110-year president, and Donald Trump, not one tenure president, one time president basically. One term president. So why? Both of those two guys, the 2016 Trump and Jimmy Carter, had extremely radical, flamboyant policy positions, and they mysteriously lost after one term. Share the emails. Yeah. Sorry, I was meaning to tell you guys the exact email ID as well. Wait. Yeah. So the email ID was info@duolingo-team.com. Reply to this. Oh, and from was Duolingo underscore advert at DAUM, D for Denmark, AUM, M for Mumbai, .net. And this standard encryption, this sounded pretty legit to me. I want the raw emails, I'll send you instructions later. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that, Imshastri, after I get back control of this email ID, because right now I can't forward anything from here. Let's see what Varun was saying. Right wingers say he's not in the files. PVD pod crew in denial, saying if he was guilty, left would have already prosecuted him. No, they could not have, because then Trump would have told everyone who are the exact pedophiles. He can in the end survive with the let's say with the accusation of being a money launderer. But if he exposes who are the pedophiles, then more powerful people's lives are fucked. Ankit Shah also said it. Ankit Shah also said it, but only about Trump. I am saying that for all prime ministers and presidents of the entire world, at least of all the significant countries. Okay, Dada, you think there is any connection with the hacking and crowdfunding? No. Because I clicked on the remote access Trojan that I got from an email ID randomly. Nothing to do with keto.org. But it might be someone who simply dislikes my channel and therefore did this. Maybe he has some connections with TradingView. Maybe he's an Indian hacker who works with TradingView, a tech bro guy who did not like our channel. He thought, okay, let's find a way to trap this guy. But I think he would do more stuff if he was actually pissed off with me. So I'm not really convinced. Thank you, Polymerist. Your channel had a treasure trove of info. I think I'll get all of that back, because I can see that they're hidden. They're not deleted. I'll just have to manually unhide all of them. He has turned all those videos private. That's all. Hindus are done. I think Netaji files will be released first, then JFK and Epstein files. And none of them will get released. Epstein, so definitely not. Netaji, the thing with Netaji and JFK is that even if they release today, you are not going to find anything more. Not anymore. All the stuff is now burnt and stuff. Especially Netaji files are definitely burnt. There was a fire in PMO's office. Very much possible it could be congruent as well. These days it's easy to get a rat and use it in unsuspecting cases. Yeah, it's a huge problem. We'll start a new channel. Will you start a new channel or retrieve the hack? Yeah. I'll retrieve the hack one only, unless they give up. They so far sent me a password reset account, the link today only, which I checked 4 hours later and was already expired. But the mail said that it will expire 7 days later. So anyway, so who knows what's up with that. Okay, the concern that Moinak Bhattacharya is talking about, a lot of my friends did have that concern, and a lot of my friends and even there, it's not the case. The problem is not files, I guess. It's acknowledgement. There is good evidence that Netaji left. Acknowledgement. Who will acknowledge without the files? Because for acknowledgement, Congress will have to say that yes, we made a mistake. Varun Dev's comment. Trump has no incentive to please anyone. Hence, he has no problem going against his base and talking shit on them. No, the incentive. Yeah, I guess you could say that he was not going to run in 2028. Therefore, he doesn't give a shit. Be careful on what links you click. Yeah, I was pretty much careful about that, but now this is a whole new ball game because the email ID is so legit. The topic of the mail is so relevant. Therefore, I screwed up. So anyway, can can Epstein files ever come out? So anyway, yeah, this is what I was saying. Trump and Modi both are interestingly right now doing things that are going on further every day, pissing off more of their base, a little more, a little harder every day. And both these countries' citizens are wondering what is going on with our nation head. Why? Why would he allow this? You have something to think about there, I think. The writing evidence is solid. Government involved in faking Netaji's DNA. Put a non-Gmail email on your YouTube. Will that help? I can't change the email ID of my YouTube, can I? Let's see if I get back access of this email ID. I'll have to think up some stuff. I think I'll get back access and I'll just unhide all the videos. So hopefully the treasure trove will remain. If not, we will just do it with my Neeraj music channel. Um, if this was not from my Gmail, then the trouble I would face is my channel would be hacked, then my YouTube would be hacked anyway because he has access to that, and that's what he wants, I think, mainly the hackers. And then I would have to contact the email company and YouTube separately, and they would not be able to collaborate between them. Now the hacking might have been easier because of the collaboration between them, but now with the recovery also I'm having some convenience because of the collaboration between them. So the support team that I'm coordinating with is handling both the Gmail hacking and the YouTube hacking. No, on your bio of YouTube, the mail that sponsors, oh, yeah, तब तो legit काम भी नहीं होगा, वो problem है. What do you think will happen when it's proven that Netaji is Gumnami Baba? Congress's Gandhi family will be over. Um, a different Congress will take shape finally because that will be impossible to really survive those kind of that kind of hatred that will come off of people finding out that this is what you did. You went to this extent after all the things we know. Even this was done by you. Holy shit. Congress sucked. You could have been a victim of Kanglu until you have been talking a lot of Bangladesh. That's been pissing them off. You're not the first victim. I don't think anything will happen much. No, I think a lot will happen if the Netaji files come out. Varun Dev is saying they think the Islamic threat will keep the voters in line. Yes, that's the main problem. That's BJP's main problem. They think no matter what happens, no matter where the world goes, no matter how many billionaires or millionaires leave the country, no matter how much brain drain we have, no matter how many businesses refuse to come, no matter how bad the roads and how dirty the streets, people will just vote for us because of the Islamic threat. And I don't believe that's the case. Because the Islamic threat was always there, people never voted on the basis of Islamic threat. আরজি করার কেসটা কি বাঙালিরা ভুলে গেছে দাদা, কোনো আপডেট আছে? No, there are no updates, but people have given up on the state machinery, and they think there's a collaboration going on between Trinamool and BJP, and therefore the perpetrators' names will never come out. AK Brahma is saying they send a spam mail on your Gmail and use some kind of phishing link from the link they suck in your cookies and get access to your data. Fuck. By the way, Ambassador Sikri, former ambassador to Kanglu, says Kanglu nation might go into a civil war. Yeah, that would make sense. That I find very believable. Their Jamatis, official Jamatis are not the majority. The entire nation's majority, villagers, Mafizal people might more or less believe in Islamic things, but as far as doing the Islamist things are concerned, they are the actual Jamatis. They are not the majority, but the BNP people, Awami League people are violent nonetheless. So it's going to be a bunch of people killing each other who have different justifications of killing each other. But they were saying Trump and Modi arrogance is hum pasand nahi hai, to de do Congress ko vote, Kamala ko vote. We are the only one. Exactly. Yeah. Kushal Mehra, Abhijit Mitra, not Abhijit Mitra really, but even Kaushlesh Rai, all of them have that standpoint. The end argument, the moment they lose the argument or the moment they start losing the argument, it's okay, तो जाओ कांग्रेस को वोट दो. उतना एरोगेंस तो भाई कोई भी प्रोफेशन में नहीं चलता है. Even Hans fucking Zimmer can't tell a director that no, I'll use this brass section here. Fuck off. Go talk to another composer if you don't want me to do this brass section, and instead I have to use a cello here. Hans Zimmer को लगा काम नहीं मिलेगा, और बीजेपी और मोदी ट्रम्प को लगता है कि ऐसे बोल बोल के जिंदगी बीत जाएगा. Used to an encryption to make your email secure. Yeah, and that will have to happen through my phone, of course, because my desktop was compromised. BJP is Congress and Congress is yeah. And yeah, hi
Uh,
Bhupen.
yeah, actually, I need to
ছুটি
comment
হয়েছে?
here. ছুটি না, আমার ছুটি হয় না।
Capitalism ish.
Okay, so this is a very interesting debate going on between like BJP has become Congress, Congress has become Muslim League. All those kind of debates are going on. That is kind of an Abrahamic thinking which we have drafted into, by habit or what. The nuance in debates, in discussions, okay, that is something which is general public will not have. That is given, okay. But at least we need to try and discuss that thing.
Yeah.
So, ideology, politics, okay, state level politics, nation level politics, ground level politics. These are like their own spheres of influence. Okay, the way the politics is done at the ground level, the way it is done at the state level, the way it is done at the national level, we convolute them into a single entity and try to judge them how they are going. Okay. I am not saying you should not criticize, or you whatever you want to say to everybody. Okay. But when we are comparing BJP and Congress in the same breath, okay, we are inherently making a mistake. That the difference is that P. Chidambaram said that online payments, UPI cannot happen in India. It is impossible.
Yeah.
Okay, and the so-called Chowkidar made it happen. So when you are convoluting these two specific aspects of a ideological party, okay, on the both sides, then you are going to lose the argument, and even you are going to make things worse for yourself. Okay.
How?
So that is something which people need to understand. That, as Thomas Sowell said, that it's about give and take, trade-off. You do trade-offs. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to make your own calculations, not for right now, but for your next generation as well. Who can do more harm and who can do more good, and choose them. This binary argument which people fall many times, and that is something which is dangerous. So just take a pause, do the calculation. It's difficult to do. Okay, so now you have LLM. Okay, you can go back from 1950s to 2020 and calculate what happened, how it happened. And one more thing which is actually politically illiterate people think, that okay, this bridge is being built, this road is being built, this UPI is there. UPI would have been there even if Congress was there. People just do that arbitration. It doesn't happen that way. Just remember, if you leave your house for 30 days and go on a holiday, when you come back to the house, that house looks like a khandar. Okay, you have to clean it up, everything. Same way, if you whatever you have, you don't have to go and beg for a 10 rupees or a 50 paisa. All the convenience that you enjoy right now, you think that it will remain as it is. It is not the case. It requires sustenance. It requires ideology. It requires constant pressure to do things. Okay. So why you did not had UPI? Why you did not had better rail services? Why you did not had airports? Why did you had airlines? All these things, sports, all these things were not there prior to 2014. The way it was being built, there will be a lot of corruption. There will be a lot of things, but look at the net positive. Okay, so that's why I say I am not a fan of any political party, but I do my due diligence, and then I take a short-term view, mid-term view, and long-term view. I want 5 political parties like BJP, but more than BJP in next 50 years. But
Hmm.
today, if I am going to, if I'm angry with BJP and vote for TMC, I will never have that five BJP like parties.
Yeah.
So this short-term, long-term, mid-term view that voters do not take, they just vote on whims and fancies and emotions,
Yeah.
and we will be complaining that okay, things are all going bad again. What happened? What happened
Hmm.
that you did not use your mind, your brain,
Hmm.
to calculate? You are
Hmm.
voting from your emotions and you're from gut feeling. Use
Yeah.
brains. Nirendra, over to you.
Bhupenda, you said that one example of BJP being different from Congress is that Chidambaram objected to a policy which was very much done by BJP. If BJP is different from Congress because they did a policy which is different from what Congress would have wanted, then is BJP Congress just because BJP does some policy that was also advocated by Congress?
Okay, so over 50 years of democracy, 75 years of democracy, from 1950s to now 2025, there has been a kind of consensus, okay, among the bureaucracy, among
Yeah.
the elites of both the parties. If you remember, Jawaharlal Nehru made Atal Bihari Vajpayee the foreign minister. People don't remember.
Hmm.
People don't remember because people don't read. Nehru made Vajpayee the foreign minister, and he went on a went on a world tour, and his name was Voyager Pai. It was named like this at that kind of slander. So this consensus has been there, okay, since that okay, like Pakistan policy has not changed a lot. The for foreign policy has remained constant. Okay, there are other things that remain constant, other things because that is not their thing. Okay, the parties and other people want to make money. They don't really care about what is the foreign policy until it doesn't hamper their bank balance. So
Yeah.
there has been a consensus, and that will remain as it is. So when we see the state as a monolith, okay, and we connect every dot into a single point of, there is a military establishment. It has its own policy. The military establishment made sure that Siachen was not handed over, even the Congress was in power. So you have to analyze that there are different pillars of power which are governing this. You have bureaucracy, you have military bureaucracy, you have general bureaucracy, you have politicians, you have businessmen, you have influential people like media who are doing this. So that tussle will be there, and there also will be consensus. Okay, we will not go beyond that. Okay. Congress has never like drastically change the Pakistan policy, even if they wanted to. They would try to do it, but they cannot do this because the military and other power centers would say, no, you can't do that. So same way, but I will again quote what Dr. Kaushik Gangopadhyay said in your podcast, that the ability, okay, and the passion and the, I wouldn't say ability, but the commitment of a right wing to do good for the country and the overall population, irrespective of who they are. That was quoted by in your podcast by Kaushik Gangopadhyay, is unparalleled compared to other political parties who are there just to put money in the pocket. And I really believe that because I have observed that movement, been part of the movement unofficial or officially. So I can see that there is a fundamental difference between ideological party like BJP, okay, and ideological party like Congress and others, who are inherently are going to make policies which are going to be bad for you. And BJP people don't understand 2020 when that COVID happened, okay, and that economic policy which was taken at that time was really unpopular. That 2020 red pill which BJP government took made sure that today we have a 5% inflation rather than 10% inflation. So
Hmm.
BJP inherently, intentionally will do good things. Yes, they will falter, they will make compromises, they will do a lot of other things which might not work out, but they will
Hmm.
be net positive for India, for Bharat, and for people. Net positive.
Hmm.
It doesn't mean that you don't need. I would say think and vote in a way where you have five BJP like parties with more Kattar Hindutva in their mind for next 50 years. Vote in that
Hmm.
pattern. Not because of
Yeah.
you hate BJP and you empower Congress or other parties which
Hmm.
are going to make your life hell.
Hmm.
Yeah.
See, intentions can't be all that big of a deal because road to hell is also paved with good intentions. So I can't just gauge who has better intentions in a situation. And the amount of credit BJP gets for doing magically radical and good things since 2014 was also on the shoulders of the sudden change in technologies and internet access as well, which would have happened if Congress won in 2014 anyway. So a lot of good things of BJP would be done by Congress in some way or the other. Because again, it's not like from 1947 to 2014, zero things happened in India, zero goodness happened in India. Because let's say let's remember what the premise was in 1947. Every geopolitics expert in the entire world predicted that India will be broken up into pieces within the next 20 years. That didn't happen. That happened because of Congress. They deserve the credit, or maybe because of their lies even. And as far as Vajpayee's becoming the fund minister, now Vajpayee had a really great relationship with Jawaharlal Nehru, which is why he got Sitaram Goel fired from organizer, because he was writing against Nehru. He was an absolute fanboy of Jawaharlal Nehru, Atal Bihari Vajpayee. He did not want any criticism of Nehru. Maybe he got a return for that sort of a collaboration from that side as well. He was like people used to. I think Gandhi said that Shyam Prasad Mukherjee is the congressman in Hindu Mahasabha, and Vallabhbhai Patel is the Hindu Mahasabha man in Congress. So Atal Bihari Vajpayee was keeping on that tradition. And the other thing I want to point out is uh, criticism can happen, but remember that Congress is the main enemy. BJP is after all your friend. The problem with this kind of thinking is that then the criticism itself becomes too blunt and useless. The criticism is not effective enough in the minds of the people in power from whom we are expecting the nicer things, better things, etc. And not to forget that we cannot go on voting because of Article 370 removal and UPI forever and after for next 30 years, uh, because uh, just like all the ground level voters also don't vote for the bathroom they got in the very next elections, because now the standard is, the default is a bathroom. Now the next thing is what job opportunities you can get me, or can you now build a home theater system inside my bathroom? That would be the next demand. Now for us it's in a way the same thing. We can't vote for someone for doing a good thing in 2014 or 2019. The other thing is, where I agree with you 100%, is that different levels of the populace must be addressed differently. Now, the people on the ground, the poor people, the common people, who do not vote on the basis of Hindutva, who are right now voting on the basis of some Islamic threats, which they always had, but have finally been given a voice. They have been mobilized to remember that you must unite on the basis of Hindutva, but are regardless voting on the basis of caste and freebies in all states. In whichever state they have the most faith that yes, this freebie is being promised and it will in fact reach my pocket, there they are voting for that party. So yes, you must address them in a certain way. But if you address the people who do understand nuance, who don't vote on the basis of caste and freebies, they are the people, the English speaking audience on Twitter, who are being told by hardcore BJP supporters that okay, then go for Congress. Then why? You are addressing me like I vote on the basis of freebies and caste. I don't. Be grateful for that and treat me that way. And if I keep remembering that no, after all, I'm not going to vote for Congress ever, and therefore let's cushion my criticism of BJP, then that cushioned criticism is going to reach the ears of the BJP heads, because it's a cushioned criticism. They know, yeah, वो तो थोड़ा politely बोल रहा है after all, और कुछ नहीं करना है. We have to criticize in such a way that BJP actually feels the fear in their fucking hearts, and Congress actually benefits from our criticisms as well. We cannot make effective criticisms if we think that no, Congress will benefit from our criticisms. It cannot happen that way. BJP has to feel threatened.
That I totally agree with. I agree with. Okay, I'm pasting the link for people to join, but yeah, I'm just you can join. Okay, see, I have put this comment here because it's a fallacy to think that technology would have been rolled out and became automatically popular under Congress. As
But
per
wait.
my
I had one point to add to that. It's not just that GPay's, UPI's technology came about. I'm talking about the way Narendra Modi monitors his bureaucrats from his iPad and stuff. Even all of that happened and became commonplace after 2014 and Geo Revolution too, definitely. So I'm guessing if someone in Congress wanted to manage really wanted to manage better, they would be able to, because of the advancement in technology all around.
Okay, M. Shastri, you can reply because it was your comment.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so you folks know about the Jam Trinity, right? That's
M.
Jandan.
yeah,
Jandhan account, Aadhaar, and mobile banking.
Right,
That jam.
right. So before that even happened, right? Between the first and second term of the UPA, they tried to roll out their own Jam Trinity. This was using SMS texting and all of that. So you could basically do your transactions just by sending a free SMS. And SMS back in the UPA era was just like data today. It was like incredibly cheap, right? Like you almost it was like free. मुफ्त में तू SMS to भेज सकता है.
yeah,
But why didn't that pick up, and why did UPI pick up? Think about it a little bit, right? So basically, what happened is that while they had all the pieces in places, like some people had Aadhaar, a lot of states had free accounts, Jandan accounts, mobile coverage for with folks with SMSs was quite high, right? So, but still that did not pick up because fundamentally the Congress was they let bureaucrats handle the entire thing, right? They did not decentralize it to the extent that UPI
yeah,
did, right? And you had Congress party members being at every stage of the approval part, right? So if you wanted to get withdraw money using their jam, you had to go to a Congress neta, then get him to sign an affidavit, and then take that affidavit to a bank like SBI, then get that bank manager to basically accept that affidavit, and then you could withdraw that amount. So I think it's quite a fallacy to think that, oh yeah, technology will, or no matter what, technology will transcend like the incompetence of parties or political parties or the incentives that they bake into a particular program. I don't think that's a very naive way to look at it. And we have plenty of examples going back in the past to say that, hey, you know what, oh no, technology came and saved us. It doesn't work that way. You have to align the incentives to make things work, right? Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, before that there was a Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan, and before that there was like a Rajiv Gandhi Swachhata Abhiyan or something like that.
We
All
also
of
had Indira Awas. We also had Indira Awas.
Indira Awas. Yeah, all of them failed fundamentally because there was no while they had in it sounded great. They had all the intentions and everything else. It never worked out because they fundamentally did not have like the drive to make it work, right? Like there's no difference between Nirmal Bharat and Swachh Bharat, right? Nirmal Bharat, and the only difference between Nirmal Bharat and Swachh Bharat is that Swachh Bharat, when Modi came to power, he basically read the CAG report about Nirmal Bharat and implemented all their recommendations without question, and that's how you got Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. I mean, it's it's not 100%, but it's still like 70%, right? So you still need that drive to make get things done, right? um Aadhaar under Aadhaar was actually a BJP program. It was started by Vajpayee, right? But the Congress was extremely slow about it. They were kind of arrogant. They're like, ha ha, अब हम आगे पावर में हम और 30 साल हम पावर में रहेंगे. So they rolled it out really slowly, right? Then in 2013, Jairam Ramesh का को थोड़ा खुजली मिला. Then he panicked and he's like, oh yeah, we need to roll this out ASAP, right? So I think it's wrong to think that oh, technology will. I mean, to equivocate BJP and Congress just because of technology. I think you need to take into consideration how the parties are also structured as well, right? Like Congress में क्या है कि इन लोग हर चीज पे पैसा बनाने के लिए बैठे हैं. BJP might not be the entire party might not be the case. Maybe like 30%, maybe 40%, right? But there are at least 60% who are motivated. They want clout. They want to show that मैं अपने neighborhood में मैं विकास लेकर आया हूँ. मैं इतना लोगों को मैं की सेवा किया हूँ. I think those things matter quite a bit. And um, uh, the other thing is, I think the broader right wing needs to learn to read in between the lines, right? You need to seriously learn to read in between the lines. हर चीज है ना चिल्ला चिल्ला के नहीं कर सकते, right? You have to कुछ चीज शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से करना पड़ता है, right? You have to keep quiet. You have to do some site setting. You have to make it seem like you're not responsible for what's happening. Oh, it just happened because there's some illegality, so some other thing, right? And the other thing is, I think um, a certain section of the population might be ahead of the curve. You also have to realize that, right? Just because you didn't get what you want doesn't mean the rest of the population is in line with you. It might also be that you might be ahead of the curve and you need to bring others along with you. The BJP also has to do that. They are doing that in certain places, but you can't do that centrally. You can't do that statewide. You have to do it in every level, right? So in certain states where you have almost dominance of the BJP, they're doing that. Yeah, like Brahma also said, finesse sab wo sab chhod de. No huge political movement has any kind of finesse, right? It's only specific people that have finesse, but essentially, like, we are not part of the party apparatus or anything like that. So we need to learn to also read in between the lines and also communicate appropriately, right? Like for example, um, very basic thing that MHA has done. Basically, Washington Post says that during deportations, BSF took some Kangloos on a boat, dumped them in the sea, and told them to swim back to Bangladesh. Right? Like, you won't get any government to say this publicly. Right? So it's kind of stupid to assume anybody would, but you have to learn to read in between the lines, right? Uh, the other thing the central government's doing with what do you call that? Uh, Ministry of Minority Affairs. 90% बजट काट लिया है. ये थोड़ी अनाउंस करेंगे ये सब चीज. You have to keep an eye out for these things. So I think there's a lot of maturity that's needed.
We have academic man with us. Okay, he has a VIP pass, so you can trust me for being a capitalist. So
Yeah,
yes,
and
Abhishek.
I have some responses for M Shastri. I wrote them on my hands. Yeah, first of all, M Shastri, you are expecting in the context of reading between the lines, you are expecting the same commitment from a viewer or from a base who is busy in YouTubing, making music, or simply being on Twitter or having their tech bro jobs, to have the same amount of commitment in defending BJP as the BJP Karyakarta himself, who gets paid by the BJP and his face is on the posters. He gets to be a neta when BJP does good. He gets to be the god for the people around. We can't
No,
have
I
the
don't.
same kind of commitment.
No, I don't expect that. I expect you
You're
guys
expecting
to
that?
have the maturity to know when to outrage and when not to outrage.
No. Why?
I mean, see, थोड़ा फोकस से आउटरीच करो ना. हर चीज से रोने के लिए
नो
रोएगा
नो,
तो कुछ नहीं
आउटरीच तो
मिलता.
उस पे ही करेंगे जिसमें कि मुझे पसंद नहीं आ रहा है, उसमें ही आउटरीच करेंगे, या फिर इसमें उसको पसंद प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा देयरफॉर मैं आउटरीच नहीं करता हूं, ऐसे आउटरीच थोड़ी होगा.
I think people just jump the gun all the time. That's the problem, right?
So what?
Some like for example, right? So uh, there are certain, I have to remember something, but it was something like, कुछ चीज outrage कर रहे थे, and then 3 days later it was just magically just resolved itself with no intervention or anything like that. Outrage करने
And
से क्या
it's
होगा?
because of the outrage, you are sure?
No, I don't think so. It had nothing to
Why?
do with the outrage. It was just a
Okay.
matter of time.
Okay. तो आउटरीच नहीं करते तब वो करते कि या नहीं करते?
ना
तब
ना
भी
ना ना,
करते
मैं
तो
वो नहीं बोल
then
रहा
the
हूँ।
outrage was not
नहीं
a
नहीं
factor
नहीं
anyway.
नहीं नहीं
No,
नहीं,
I'm
मैं
saying, let's
वो
say even if they would have done, if the outrage hadn't happened, then the
no
outrage doesn't matter anyway. Then the
no.
outrage is harmless.
What I'm saying is pick three things, outrage over
Hmm.
that. Pick
If
three
the BJP
things.
gives me six things to outrage over, then what? How can I stick to three things?
You हर life में दुनिया में you'll always find 10 other things to outrage over. You still have to focus and prioritize what you need to outrage. What three most important things that will do, that will bring you the most amount of benefit. उस पे
Yes. But then
focus
what's the
करके
difference
outrage करेगा तो
between?
you'll have much more impact than just doing scatterbrain outrage or whatever the latest
Yeah.
trend on social media is.
Yeah, in this situation, what is your definition of you'll get something done? It means it entails BJP listening to the outrage, right?
See, so for example, let's say uh, masjid loudspeakers. This is a favorite thing to outrage over in Maharashtra, right? Among other things. So, उसके लिए एक डेडिकेटेड ग्रुप ही था महाराष्ट्र में आउटरीच करने के किया उन लोग ने बाकी कुछ the guys who were outraging over loudspeakers they did not touch anything else. शिवाजी के ऊपर कुछ बोला they did not outrage over that. बहुत गाली
And
गया उनको.
were they Karyakartas or not?
Some were, but some weren't, right? Like
Who is that
in
some who
Maharashtra, it's a
want? They
little
were
bit
in other
different.
professions. They were
Hmm?
tech bros and stuff. Who are the others who want Karyakartas? What
See,
is their profession?
so in Maharashtra, it's a little bit more decentralized. कार्यकर्ता का
Okay.
मालूम इसका it's not like BJP like most people think like BJP कार्यकर्ता are like having a corporate job or something. वैसा नहीं है महाराष्ट्र में. They're mostly volunteers. उन लोग का खुद का काम रहता है. उन लोग काम भी करते, परिवार को का भी देखभाल करते और फिर उन लोग they come to the weekly meetings. संघ का सब करते and then they pick a thing to outrage, but they're very focused on what they want to get done, right? I'm just saying that
And
we
that's the
need
same for
focus.
RSS Karyakartas, ABVP Karyakartas, BJP Karyakartas, all are like that. Just cute people who want to do good for the country. I think
Yeah.
Imshastri's internet is gone. Yeah,
Yes.
Bhupenda, if you want to respond.
No, no. Let academic man. He has paid some
Oh
time.
yeah,
So first,
yeah, yeah.
academic man.
No, I think the frustration of our Neerajan, me, and many others that stems from things that are also to do with a lot of internal politics that goes on in this country. For example, the Bengal thing, right? Like sometimes it's very blatant. It hurts. Basically, it hurts at a very core level, and of course, there is the voters are to blame. I myself keep blaming the voters most of the time, but for example, the setting thing, right? It's not. I mean, I get that BJP sometimes tries, sometimes doesn't, but the setting thing does seem evident, and it does hurt uh, the Hindutva ideas, the idea of Hindutva in the country. That if a lot of people are voting for a pro-Hindu party, a pro-nation party, then there are still states in this country where basically Hindus live like fourth-class citizens, and they are still, there is little to do. Of course, BJP does help them and stuff, and organize Tran Shibir and all that stuff. But let's face one fact that uh, I I don't know how much more people of West Bengal will be pulverized before the central government thinks that okay, it's also my duty to save the democracy in West Bengal. Right? It's these kind of little things that add up to the frustration of the existing uh, kind of other frustrations. So there are also as far as I see, there are three issues in this country that are hitting us in the face. One is the attack on our identity, which is every day in different ways, and we get called everything from Ganda, Dharma to everything, like whatever. And of course, there are the open threats, physical violence and stuff. That is number one. Being a Hindu is a problem. Number two is the lack of the men's rights thing, which is definitely, I think, hitting Hindus much more than any other community, where
At this
men
point,
are
urban Hindu men have more of a threat from Hindu women than they have from a Muslim man.
true. So that no party, again, this is not just the BJP's problem, but then again, the BJP must, if it's a party that does have to think about this country, then uh, they have to protect a large section of its voters who are men, and people who are just trying to do their jobs. Somebody like Atul Subhas is lost just because of the laws and the horrible judiciary of this country. Okay,
And the
he could
Women's
have been an
Commission.
AI scientist.
Who's paying the salary of the Women's Commission? NCW.
Uh, and there is no, I mean, then they'll go into the men's commission thing and all, but even utna bhi kar lete to theek tha. But I mean, this mad rush for women's votes has made us completely disregard the rights of men in this country. And these two are the biggest problems. And the third problem is obviously uh, there are large sections of this country which are still living on like feudal times, like West Bengal and Kerala and all. And there are issues with regards to corruption and a lot of other things that the central government, after 10 years, still seems to not be totally bothered about. For example, in West Bengal, if you try to open a business, there is no possibility of you doing it, right? So the problem that I see is that if you let this continue, if you let this jungle raj continue in West Bengal, let's say you reform Maharashtra, Gujarat, and all these other states, great states, but West Bengal remains a jungle. It will certainly pull down your GDP, your rankings in
Yeah,
democracy,
exactly.
your perception in international
Press
media,
free
your
down today.
whatever, everything. Everything is being pulled down by states like West Bengal, where
Yes, 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 yes.
every election 200 people are killed. Okay, there is no, as if no outrage, nothing from media and all. Of course, for now there is. I mean, in the defense of the present situation, there are channels and there are things that are focusing on this for a change, on West Bengal, RG Core, and all the thing. It's still, but it has a long way to go. Like West Bengal में जो हो रहा है, it is out of this world. It's out of this country in a weird way. It's like if you see war zone footage from Syria and then you see, oh, this was West Bengal actually. So it's that level of Arajakata, of Jungle Raj, which we see that, which is why businesses still don't want to come to a lot of places. Maybe a businessman loves to come to Gujarat, but by Gujarat, Maharashtra, chhod ke bhi there are states in this country. And I know that it's not always the central government's job, and there are a lot of factors that go against. You can't do 365, you can't do this, you can't do that. But you have to see, this is what I was explaining to another guy the other day, that in West Bengal, every election is a gamble with your life, essentially. So let's say you
Yeah,
vote
absolutely.
in this election for BJP and you campaign for it. If BJP loses in the election, that may be your last day on earth. Okay. It's like that. So in West Bengal, you need like a totally, completely मतलब कश्मीर को जितना resources, power, propaganda सब किया है ना, उससे I think you need 10 times more in West Bengal. Okay, to just bare minimum keep it in within the country at this rate. So that's the whole point. I think these frustrations build up and they slowly add to the disillusionment, which then suddenly hits you in the face with 240 seats. Okay, although 240, there are other factors behind the 240 seats thing, and Modi ji has won every election almost after that. But still, the problem is that there are these three factors that are completely hitting BJP's core voter base, who are Hindu men in this country, in different parts of the country, basically. and that is growing exponentially. There is no sense, no way I see this stopping. Maybe the third point, you can still save with elections. Maybe you can still win an election somehow in West Bengal in 2026. Maybe I'm still hopeful. I don't know about the others. But the rest of the issues, the men's rights thing, the Hindu Khatre Mein Hai thing, which is fairly evident, I think, to most people, except us, I guess. But if these two persist, I don't see like how we're supposed to be hopeful about the future. And if you're not hopeful about the future, then you get nostalgic about the past. Okay? Even if the past was shit, you get nostalgic about it. You will see when life sucks, you will remember your childhood. Maybe your childhood was horrible, but then you'll think, oh, I was poor in my childhood, but you know, it was still better. So that is, I think that's my, two points on this thing. I'll let the others join. Yeah, thank you so much.
Govinda, I want to
Yes.
respond to some of the comments here.
Yeah, go ahead, do it. And Academy Man, you have anything else to say, or I will add one more person? Or you want to remain? You will remain. I have no problem. So you can.
No.
Remain
I'll take your leave. I'll join from the live chat. Okay.
Yeah. You can even again join. Not an issue.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's a trajectory of the rot that we are ignoring with Congress. So I'm not saying simply because it's not a fact that Congress was doing brilliant things in 47, and by the time 2014 came, all of a sudden, and gradually Congress became worse and worse. It's not like that. I'm saying their reasons for doing things that were harming the country, or their insistence in keeping on doing things that are going on harming the country, but they just think it's not harming the country, etc. That was a long rot. 1947 onwards, BJP has not stayed in power for that long, and therefore can easily criticize Congress on a lot of things which they themselves are doing right now, which we can't point out as comparable to Congress, simply because they have been doing it for only 6-7 years, not as long as Congress has been in power. So let BJP stay in power. If the same trajectory goes on, then it will do exactly the same things like Congress someday. Or maybe let's say Congress was here in 47 with their intentions and actions, and it came to here in 2014. And let's say BJP is here, and it will also keep on declining and reach somewhere here. But the reasons for doing that will be the same, which is we are in power after all. Who else are you going to vote? That's exactly what Congress forever told everyone, all of their voters. And the way M. Shastri or the BJP supporters here are defending BJP, that's exactly how Congress's intellectuals defended Congress. Who else will you vote for? There are nuances. What is the difference between your defense of BJP and their defense of Congress? That's what I can't seem to figure out at all. And let's see the things I wanted to respond to. First is Rishabh is saying, is that random rally about Bengalis being abused in other states, which is completely bogus. A sign that MB is feeling some heat right now. No, I think it's a rally for the 21st July rally. So it's a warm-up rally where they are showing that, you see, 21st July is coming. Remember, we are still in power, and all of us are now doing this rally. But this begs the question: why would an astute politician like Himanta Biswa Sharma say something like that? He knows it's going to benefit Mamata Banerjee here. Do we need to read something into there as well? How could he say this? Why would he say this? It's not like he's going to get 5 votes extra because of him saying that. He knows there are countless legit Bengalis who have been living in Assam forever. He knows they have been harmed by Ahomia people. And then when there's a language debate going around in the country, West Bengal is one of the biggest victims of that. The neighboring state chief minister, who's a possible future PM, just ends up by mistake saying something that which hugely disadvantages his own party in West Bengal. How does this mysterious thing happen? There we must think harder. Interestingly, saying Mississippi state in US is pretty bad, but nobody thinks it brings down US because USA has huge comprehensive national hard power. No, Interestingly, we're not talking about that. We are not talking about whether people outside India think West Bengal is harming India or not. We're talking about whether actually West Bengal harms US or not. So not just in terms of rankings, but in terms of actual GDP that the country has. And GDP is not just for showing off to other people, it's for our own benefit as well, right? And there West Bengal is harming. Just just in the same way as Mississippi is probably harming US. And so US and India must do something about Mississippi and West Bengal, and also explain to people that yes, we are in fact doing something about Mississippi and West Bengal. Rishi is saying, so your point is Central GOI is ignoring West Bengal. Not just ignoring. I think they want to get votes in Assam, Bihar by showing West Bengal as the example. In my opinion, Shubhendu ka hatao, make Shekha sir. Wait, what else did I want to? Yeah, M Shastri, this so I answered. AK Brahma is saying, are Hindus too dependent on the state? Okay, this was kind of answered by Anand only. Yeah, go ahead, Bhupenda. Oh, Gautam is.
No, okay, okay. Let audience speak. You have 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to stretch my point a little bit. So first few minutes, I'll just present my points, if it's okay. Many people in the world say that left and right, that RSS in a way runs the country. In a way, even Anna CSK also says that in a way RSS runs the stuff and they don't do much to the Hindus and stuff. My point would be, why should RSS do it? Why should a non-profit volunteer organization should care about what the state of Hindus is? Isn't that the job of the political party? Why should RSS care about all the RSS is not responsible for all the stuff which is bad happening to the country and like that. I will also present my points. RSS is not a wait a minute. Why should RSS should focus on freeing temples and stop socialism and should do the academic background or academic stuff to the protecting Hindus? RSS should do all the stuff, but Hindus will go and sleep at peacefully and then criticize RSS. You don't do nothing. But free pass is given to BJP when RSS, BJP are not the same. BJP is a political party. RSS is just a volunteer organization that does this stuff. That's my point. What do you both think of that?
Yeah, if RSS themselves said that we are just a volunteer party, then that would not be a problem. If RSS supporters said that, yeah, it's just a random volunteer party, like some NGO here and there, then no one would criticize RSS. It's because RSS supporters and RSS members say that they are a secret deep state organization who's been secretly infiltrating all avenues of the country for 100 years. Therefore, so much demand from them. If you are that powerful, then we have expectations from you. If you are not that sort of an organization, then we don't have expectations from you.
What does Navamu Marsh think about that?
Okay. He's busy with his office work.
Oh, no. I can speak. So, first of all, ideologically and even administratively, and the way the RSS is structured, like, so one point which I have with everybody who says that RSS is doing this or doing that, they have never visited a Sakha. Okay, that is my primary criticism. Okay, I will criticize everybody, but first I will go there, talk to them, get their working style, and then it's okay, you are doing this bad, you are doing this good, and this is something you can improve. Okay. That is my primary criticism of everybody who says this is bad. So that's one thing. And second thing is, I have read enough books. I have spoken to people. I do join few other things. So in terms of Varun Dev, actually you are right, because I have seen the organization, I have read the organization, I have spoken to people. So the inherent RSS agenda is social capital, okay, which was the vision of Mr. Baliram Hedgewar, to build social capital for the Hindus, okay, independent of who is ruling, independent of any financial funding, anything which is there. So for last 100 years, more or less 99% RSS has run its organization purely based on volunteer funds and volunteer efforts. Okay, so Hindus, RSS is a kind of like a fountain, based on the social capital, it launches new vehicles which do the exactly work that Najanda is wanting to be done by RSS directly.
Okay. Have you been to a madrasa and been to Islamist radical coaching camps?
No.
Then do you really know enough, or are you missing out some of the nuances of what's being taught in madrasas?
No, because I have read enough about them. So, if I get a chance, I will go there, but unfortunately, I cannot.
Commies and liberals who have read a lot about Islam and madrasas have read that kind of books which have convinced them that there's no problem with madrasas.
Yeah, no. So that is not the concern. The thing is, if you want you want RSS to do n number of things, correct? You wanting them, why don't you do this? When that kind of expectation comes, then you need to know how that organization functions. I am not asking any organization, okay, you do these things as per my wishes. In that case, I need to know the organization in detail, how it functions. Then I can comment on it, or then I can ask them to do.
But then you need to know the exact functioning of those madrasas as well.
Yeah. So I am not asking, correct? I in my personal opinion, or in my also as a opinion in public, I never ask anybody to do anything.
Yeah.
That they should do this, you should do that. You have never heard me.
Yeah.
So I will not do this. I will not ask anybody.
You have a certain view of RSS and you have a certain view of madrasas, right? One view is informed based on your visits and meetings, interactions with those group of people, and the other is not. There lies my problem.
Yeah, no. So there's a nuance. Understand the nuance. If I want somebody to do something on my behalf, or I say, okay, you should do this thing, this is good. When that stand comes, having an opinion, okay, this is A, this is B, this is C, that I can do reading books. But if I want an organization or the person that you should do this specific thing, in that context, you need to know the organization.
I still disagree. Here's why. Let's say you having a demand from someone, and the opposite of that is what? You don't want them to do a particular thing. So again, they are all on the same plane and in the same realm. You want RSS to do a particular number of things, and you don't want madrasas to do a number of things. But with one you have personal interactions, and with one you don't. So maybe you are asking the madrasas to do the wrong things. Maybe you are you are preventing them from doing the right things, maybe because you don't know enough about them, because you have not been to their madrasas.
Okay, okay. Then let's a simple example. Let's say I am voting for a certain political party. When I vote for the political party, then I earn the right to say, okay, I have voted for you. I want this to be done. That is called pressure groups. Okay. So if you do not vote for a political party or a political organization, and then ask them, okay, why don't you do all these things? Then you don't have the right. First, you do the vote for the party, and then ask them, I want this to be done. This is how things work.
To criticize RSS, we have to go to Shakas. To criticize BJP, we have to have the same dedication as the Karyakartas.
No. And get your information. Get your information. I don't know. You can even get a good information reading a book as well.
Yeah.
Or okay. So see, the thing is, if I want World Bank to go and build a airport at my place, example. Correct. I have read maybe 100 books on World Bank and asked World Bank, why don't you build an airport on my place? Now, I don't know how World Bank functions. So even if I tell them, it will not happen. That's a technical argument. The same way, if you want something to happen, then you need to know the process. If I put 2 or 3 papers, write an article or write a request, fill a form, and then they will read and say, okay, let me review, can I do it or not? So the problem is that we do not know, the bulk of the masses or the majority do not understand how the organization functions, and then ask them to do these things. So there is an inherent disconnect.
Yeah, in this case, RSS and World Bank are legitimate analogies, because both of them are not direct stakeholders here. I don't pay the salaries of any RSS person, but I do pay the salaries of BJP politicians and ministers. So there, I think the World Bank or example can't work, because I don't pay the salaries of World Bank employees as well. I guess in a way I do, but it's so far removed that it won't work.
Yeah. See, That's fine. See, if
Yeah,
I
go on.
voting for a BJP, if you are a BJP voter, then you have absolutely legitimate right to criticize them and tell them you are doing this wrong. I have no qualms on that. Okay, but declared RSS is a volunteer organization. Okay, then
Yeah,
besting upon them all the responsibility of Hindu revival on that one organization is logically wrong. It is practically wrong because you need 100 RSS organizations in a country like India to so that one organization will
hmm.
focus on one specific aspect and do the thing. That is what I want.
Yeah,
That I want. That we need 10 BJP like parties, Kattar Hindutva, less Kattar Hindutva, more right being more rigid, less rigid, so that ultimately the baseline would be Hindutva politics, and that
yeah.
you need. And for that you need intelligent voters who would vote for somebody thinking future in mind, not their emotions on the voting day. That
Hmm.
that is a kind of vision that aspire we should aspire to have a 10 BJP parties who are more Hindu than BJP is today. That
Hmm.
is something which is a direction which I want, and in my opinion, that is something we should aspire to. गाली दो बीजेपी को
Now,
गाली दो क्रिटिसाइज करो लेकिन by emotions do not vote for a party who is going to reverse the same thing that you want it to be done because on based on
RSS
your
is,
emotions.
yeah, yeah. Now, RSS gets those expectations because of the way it's not RSS's fault, it's because of the way RSS supporters or RSS, some RSS members portray RSS. See, there are many right wing organizations, right? There's a Sanatan Manch here, Sanatan this, that, something Manch there. There are countless such organizations. No one brings up those organizations and calls them to revive Hinduism or Hindutva or fight on the streets, right? People say those things about RSS and people demand those things from the RSS because of what RSS members have pushed themselves as RSS's strength and RSS's history. Therefore, the expectations. And the other thing I wanted to respond to Rishi here is, where's Rishi's comment? Yeah, who is fighting missionary? RSS. Who stopped foreign funding for missionary? BJP. They work in tandem. Yeah, now these are significant achievements. I think they are really fighting missionary. Although, let's say, English grammar wise, this can't be called fighting really. If you just let's say there's a fight going on the street, someone is beating up a dog. Now your entire entity, your entire existence is targeted towards reaching the spot where a dog is half dead, and you go there and stop the guy from beating up the dog. That's all you do your entire life. You are born, you stop people from beating a dog to death. After the dog is only half dead, you save the dog and you die. That will be written on your epitaph. That's the existence, it seems to be. I'm reminded of this point because Rishi was saying that, see, BJP cleaned up the Naxal corridor as well, and Congress wouldn't have ever done that. Yes, Congress has its own sinister intentions, but you see, the killing off of those Naxal leaders is not significant at all, because the moment Congress comes to power, those same ideologies will be back, and there will be hundreds of villagers. See, those Naxals didn't fall from the sky, right? They were random Indian Hindus, devout Hindus who saved Dharma, and then one fine morning became Naxals. That will happen again the moment Congress comes to power. So, what did you really fight? You just reached that spot, prevented that dog from getting killed, or you just gave him some medicine, and that's going to go on the very next day. You'll again reach there, and pretend to have a deep state. Watch Pankaj Saxena and Neeraj Atri criticism of RSS. Okay.
Can I add a point?
Yeah, Varun Dev, go ahead and respond, and then others can just join one by one.
Hmm. My second point is about what, like CSK says that why doesn't the right wing publications aren't acknowledged worldwide, like Garuda Prakashan, which is no one recognizes out of the world. Do you think if Garuda Prakashan, for example, publishes the Western figures literature, like let's say Nietzsche or other world publications and their thoughts in in Hindi or English language, will they get popularity like acknowledgement? Oh, this publications publishes this stuff from the worldwide and also translates in Indian languages, etc. So automatically the reputation gets increased. Is that how can a right-wing publication can gain credibility?
Yeah, that's one way to do it, and it has to be endorsed by credible people. Or you could simply ask BJP to bring out your own journals, which features credible articles from all sorts of legit academics, where you print your own stuff as well, if you are that good enough, not just because you are Hindu or Indian again.
And one last point I would like to add. Is it necessary for a person to like 100% of the leader they say? Example, let's say Netaji. For some reason, Sai Deepak does not like Netaji because he said that Gandhi was the father of the nation and he was treated separately. And so because of that, he can't be a father figure of the nation or good freedom fighter. And he had certain beliefs, and INA leaders, some of them went to Pakistan and killed the Hindus, etc. Is it necessary to agree with everything that is?
I don't think that's a good point. You can't really agree with anyone entirely. That's just not what people do usually, even if they might not admit it outside. Uh, the general poorer masses obviously will be in awe of a leader because they don't have time for nuances or reading up, or they simply don't have the brainwave to think different aspects about one particular issue or one particular person. It just gives them a lot of mental peace to know that Narendra Modi is an all-out, just a nice person who's running the country and is doing all he can.
Okay, that's it. I hope your channel recovers soon. Bye.
Thank you, Gautam.
Bye now.
Before Anand comes in, can I just respond to one thing to Rishi again? Rishi saying even Meenakshi Jain got RS Rajya Sabha seat. Isn't this a big win for Hindutva? Change in NCRT books. Both of these happened late though. Why did it happen in the end, Rishi? Did it happen because of the endless growls of the right wing, or because the right wing kept on saying that yes, it's a great thing, Narendra Modi, that you are not changing the syllabus? We absolutely love it because oh my God, Congress will come to power. Therefore, don't change. You are doing a great job. Is that what the right wing said? They didn't. That's why it got done. Okay, Anand. Not anyone else. I'm not running the podcast. I keep forgetting.
नमस्कार। ये आरएसएस के बारे में
या
हाँ, तो ये जो आरएसएस के बारे में जो पॉइंट उठी ना, इस पर मैं बोलना चाहूँगा। अब मुझे क्या आरएसएस से प्रॉब्लम होती है कि जब सरसंघचालक बोलते हैं कि हिंदुओं को हर एक मस्जिद में शिवलिंग नहीं ढूंढना चाहिए, 3 मंदिर मिल गए बहुत है, तो वो खाली
आरएसएस के पक्ष से व्हाई शुड समवन से दिस?
नहीं, वो आरएसएस के पक्ष से नहीं बोल रहे, वो सारे हिंदुओं के पक्ष से बोल रहे। तो एज अ हिंदू मैं या जैसा ही दीपक बोल ही सकता ना कि मैं इस बात को नहीं मानता। आप ऐसा कैसे बोल सकते 3 मंदिर लेंगे और सब छोड़ दो? तो आरएसएस की आलोचना बनती है, क्यों नहीं बनेगी आलोचना? आप समाज को लेकर बात करेंगे, आप पूरे हिंदू संप्रदाय को लेकर बात करेंगे और हम उसका उत्तर नहीं देंगे हिंदू होते हुए। आप तय करेंगे कि हिंदू समाज को क्या करना चाहिए और क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, और दूसरी ओर आप बोलेंगे कि हम तो हिंदू संगठन नहीं है, हम तो सांस्कृतिक संगठन है, कल्चरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। दोनों बात तो नहीं चल सकती ना। कांग्रेस भी पार्टीशन के पहले यही कर रहा था कि हम हिंदू संगठन नहीं है, पर हम हिंदुओं की ओर से कंसेशन देते जाएंगे मुसलमानों को कि आप अलग से इलेक्टोरेट ले लो, आप सब कुछ ले लो। ये नहीं हो सकता। आप हिंदुओं की ओर से बोलेंगे और हिंदू आपसे असहमति जताएंगे तो हिंदुओं की गालियां भी सुननी पड़ेगी। आप आरएसएस हो, भाजपा हो, कोई भी 30 मरता। इस विषय पे मुझे इतना ही बोलना था। आगे मैं बोलूंगा, आप आनंद से बात कर लीजिए।
Okay. I want to just the fundamental thing that Nava asked. See, the problem is not that the RSS is a social organization. It's not that. The problem is that it influences politics directly. It's not like, for example, you take what can I give example of social organization? Boy Scouts of America, right? They are a social organization. They raise up young. Yes, exactly. but they don't involve themselves in politics. And if they do, they are criticized, or the public spotlight turns on them specifically about the political actions they take. The problem fundamentally is that the RSS is involving themselves in politics very frequently, including in policy making, like significant policy making. So, for example, imagine the government makes a policy. The RSS says, I'm a private organization, I'm a social organization. I will deal with the consequences of the policy by supporting the people I feel might get hurt by the policy. That is okay. Then the RSS is a social organization, it doesn't do anything. But when it says that the government must change its policy because we have decided so, because if you don't give you support, then you will not be able to win an election. So then essentially they become a arm of politics, no longer just a social organization, because they're like, okay, we're going to make sure that you win an election. So they're like any other political actor, right? Just that they have no work, they're not holding any office, they're not being like, it's basically they say, Rahul Gandhi goes around deciding things for the Congress without actually being the one who wins the election. So yeah, earlier before he got the seat in Amethi and then in Wayanad. So that's the problem right now with the RSS is facing. They are very involved in politics, but they influence. They say we're not going to talk about the Hindu part of the policy.
This is called plausible deniability. What RSS is doing is plausible deniability.
No, I get that, but my point is that's why the RSS gets some criticism. The second thing is I think it's fine that RSS does that, but they need to at some point take a step back and say, while I work for social organization, I need to give the BJP flexibility to change its policies. The problem is they're too involved. At least under Mohan Bhagwat, they are very involved, too involved. They're putting their fingers into politics too much, in my opinion. Okay. The second thing is, for example, when the Ram Mandir comes up, if you go to the inauguration, the only so-called Hindu leader, the leader who's in the Ram Mandir inauguration, other than the Prime Minister, it raised hackles among all of the Hindu groups. Right? Why wasn't the ISKCON head in the Ram Mandir inauguration? Why wasn't some South Indian Vaishnavite head in the Ram Mandir inauguration? Why was only the RSS head, Sarach Chanchal, standing right there doing inauguration? It sends a very political message, right? That I have influence over this particular religious shrine. It fundamentally does, right? So you build political capital via that as well. So that's the concern, unfortunately, that it involves itself into things that saying I don't have involvement in. The next thing I think you were mentioning something about the earlier person asked a question about what's the second question he asked? I want to remember.
Blind following of a leader, not finding out, not agreeing with them 100%.
First of all, no leader can be followed 100%. It's impossible because humans are fallible, and fallible leaders exist. Like they're like 10% good and 90% bad. That's literally how most leaders are. We attach ourselves to the 10% that we like, basically. The problem is that you attach yourself to the leader for the 10% you like, and you have to ignore the 90% if you want to be supporting that leader. So my problem is that we have made the 10% idealization a requirement among everyone. Like, for example, you can't question Ambedkar. You can't question Gandhi. You can't question Patel. You can't question Nehru. You can't question Modi. You can't. This is becoming a pattern. It's getting very frustrating. It's like, because you do this, then you can't. Who will you question then? At some point, all the political leaders don't question any of us, so nothing will happen and nothing will get questioned. Then they're also the only thing that will matter is which team are you part of at this point of time and who are you fighting. So to me, the RSS also needs, like RSS BJP. I'm using them as an analogy because they are also participating in this show right now. So, for example, Birsa Munda, you mentioned Birsa Munda earlier. He was a tribal leader who fought for the tribals in the region. But now they start going on Bhagwan Birsa Munda. Since when did he elevate himself to the level of God? It is frustrating. It is frustrating that every other person you elevate them to Bhagwan. Like, then the sanctity of Bhagwan in society goes to almost zero, and everyone becomes Bhagwan, and everyone becomes, like, basically it's like the number of people you can't criticize just increases. Not only political leaders, now other random celebrities. Like, you cannot critically analyze the life of Birsa Munda and see where he succeeded and where he failed and what can he learn from the best from him. Literally, that's what's going to happen. Same thing you take the BJP was doing in Tamil Nadu, right? They literally are allying with people that they should not with, because they lose. Like AIDMK has significant problems, but they're allying with them because they want to win. If you're going to become a party like the Congress, which is supposed to win, Congress is allying with all the shit people, right? To get to win. Same thing. BJP is allying with bad actors to win. So if you keep doing that, then people say, "Oh, you're like the Congress only. You just want to win." But if you only want to win, then at some point the people you join to win will prevent you from taking the actions you want to take. Like for example, the Waqf bill, right? The Waqf bill, it got watered down because TDP didn't want certain things, the Nitish Kumar didn't want some things, and some other people didn't want some things. Tomorrow, when they start another bill that the AIDMK doesn't want in South India, in Tamil Nadu, again same thing will do, water down the bill because all that alliance will break.
I have another example on this. जैसे पंजाब में बीजेपी ने अकाली दल के साथ बहुत लंबा समय तक अलायंस रखा. So what happened was BJP didn't grow in Punjab, और अकाली दल क्योंकि वो थोड़ा सा उनका के तरफ झुकाव ज्यादा है और एसडीपीसी में उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत ज्यादा रहता है, तो एसडीपीसी में जो सहजदारी लोग थे, जो पगड़ी नहीं रखते, उनको वोटिंग कॉलेजियम से हटा दिया था जब बीजेपी के साथ उनका गवर्नमेंट था अकाली का. तब देखिए कैसे पंजाब में भी हिंदू इंटरेस्ट के साथ और सिखों को हिंदुओं से अलग करने वाली नीति का समर्थन कर दिया. तो आपके सत्ता में रहने से या नहीं रहने से कोई अंतर नहीं पड़ता क्योंकि हिंदुओं की लग रही है.
यस, क्योंकि आर्ग्यूमेंट तो है कि भाई जीतने तो दो, उसके बाद तो बढ़िया काम करेंगे. अरे तो जीतने के बाद बढ़िया काम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं बोल के फिजिबल नहीं है, क्योंकि देखिए इसके साथ पावर में आए हैं, अब क्या करें, तब पावर में आके क्या फायदा है.
और क्योंकि आप अकाली के पिछलग्गू है तो आप पंजाब में अपना कोई आधार बना भी नहीं पा रहे इतने वर्षों से. तो दोनों ओर से आप मार खा रहे.
Yeah, I have something to respond on the RSS issue as well. It's one sentence and then Anand can come back again. Okay, Anand, this is if it's relevant to the Punjab point, please you finish your point. Yeah, please go ahead.
It's related to the question about power and then getting your policy through. See, it makes sense if you are sure that when you get in power, your ally will support you on the policies that you're doing. It is not relevant when you know the ally that you're joining, the person you're joining with, will not support it. See, the problem is, for example, TDP, right? The alliance with TDP has made great sense because Chandrababu Naidu mostly supports Modi's agenda of by 2047 making India a developed country. So at some level, he will adjust to the other things that you want to do, right? There's some significant alignment. But in Bihar, for example, JDU doesn't align with the BJP on most of things. They're allying right now only because of convenience. They want to get additional funds to give free shit, to keep their parties alive. Nitish Kumar knows that his political future is crumbling. And the only way he can keep it going is by giving free shit. Like this free. He recently introduced another free shit, right? And he knows he needs Modi to give that free shit. Because Congress is not going to give him any free shit because of the problem. He'll give the RJD the free shit, not them, right? So you can't go with allies or give more power to allies who will take away your ability to make good policy. Same thing AIDMK, the last alliance with BJP, they were horrible for the BJP. Everything the BJP wanted to do, they were like, oh, not this, not this, not this, not this, not this. And in the latest Lok Sabha polls, they allied with the Islamist party. Literally. Their alliance partner was the Islamist party. Now, I don't understand how the BJP go around saying, oh, we're anti-Islamist in other states, and then say, oh, in Tamil Nadu for power, we'll ally with AIDMK, who have allies with Islamist parties. You see the contradiction. The problem is their messaging will go to shit if they do these kind of things. I understand you will win the election, but long term, you may not be able to achieve your goal of changing the politics of Tamil Nadu. It will just remain the same. You will not change anything. It makes sense to go in states where you can change something. That's my problem with the argument about power.
आप देखिए जब शिवसेना कांग्रेस के साथ गई, शिवसेना एकदम कट्टर हिंदुत्व पार्टी थी. आप बीजेपी से ज्यादा कट्टर. जैसे ही उद्धव ठाकरे कांग्रेस के साथ गया, उसका क्या हुआ? कांग्रेस ने उसको अपने जैसा बना दिया. और हमारे यहाँ बीजेपी जिसको ये गठबंधन में लेती है, उसी के जैसा बन जाती है. जैसे मैंने अकाली दल का एक उदाहरण दिया. समस्या ये है कि बीजेपी आइडियोलॉजिकली अपना ग्राउंड होल्ड नहीं कर पाती. दे डोंट हैव द इंटेलेक्चुअल हेफ्ट टू होल्ड देयर आइडियोलॉजिकल ग्राउंड. वो कंसीड कर देती है दूसरे को. समस्या वहां आती है. जैसे एक उदाहरण दूंगा, बीजेपी को कोई आरोप लगाएगा कि आपने माइनॉरिटीज के लिए कुछ नहीं किया, ठीक है, आपने माइनॉरिटीज के लिए स्पेशल स्कीम्स नहीं रखे, तो बीजेपी ये नहीं कहेगी कि ये सेक्युलर कंट्री है, माइनॉरिटीज के लिए स्पेशल स्कीम्स क्यों रखे। बीजेपी कहेगी कि हम तो तुमसे ज्यादा करते हैं माइनॉरिटी। तो मैं कह रहा हूं बीजेपी सत्ता में तो रह लेगी, पर उससे हम हिंदुओं का क्या लाभ होगा यदि इस प्रकार से आप अपना ग्राउंड कंसीड करते रह जाएंगे। तो आइडियोलॉजिकल ग्राउंड, पॉलिसी मेकिंग में ग्राउंड, उसके लिए आपको इंस्टीट्यूशंस चाहिए, इंटेलेक्चुअल्स चाहिए जो आपके आइडियोलॉजी को जस्टिफाई कर पाए, जिससे आप डरे नहीं जब कोई बोले कि आप तो माइनॉरिटीज को ऑप्रेस करते, आप उसका प्रॉपर आर्ग्यूमेंट दे पाए कि नहीं ये कोई ऑपरेशन नहीं है, इतिहास में ऐसा हुआ, पार्टीशन किसके कारण हुआ। तो बीजेपी बहुत ज्यादा वीक है अपने स्टैंड को लेकर, दे डोंट हैव इंटेलेक्चुअल हेल्प।
No, I don't agree. I disagree with you here. Without the BJP being in power, I will give this one thing. Without BJP being in power, the number of Hindu intellectuals who are speaking up right now, we did not have in the past. Before, because I remember, if I've been here in India from 2007 and again 2013, and the number of Hindu intellectuals who could speak up were very limited. After 2004, 2017, actually, the number of Hindu intellectuals who have been able to speak up and start their organizations, do things, have increased exponentially.
I agree, Anand.
Okay.
I agree,
Okay.
Anand. It's just
Okay.
that BJP is not very aggressive against voices who speak differently. It's just that. But BJP doesn't support anyone. आपको इंटेलेक्चुअल सपोर्ट देना पड़ेगा, आपको पोजीशंस ऑफ पावर देना पड़ेगा अपने साइड के लोगों को। अगर उनका कोई खाना पीना या जो भी पेट भरने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, वो कब तक आपके लिए बोलेंगे। अजीत भारती को इतना गालियां पड़ती है, उसको कभी कोई हेल्प करने जाता है क्योंकि वो बीजेपी को थोड़ा क्रिटिसाइज कर दे। प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ पर।
Okay, now we are going to take Selvin, and others can rejoin the stream later. Then now myself and Nenita will continue. Okay, so Anand and other innovator, you can rejoin later. We have academic man again come. So let me.
Yeah, I'll just add 2 points. Okay, they are not
go ahead.
arguments. Just 2 points.
Go ahead.
One is this is a counter to Anand here. BJP came and all of a sudden we see the rise of people like Sanjeev Sanyal, Anand Ranganathan, etc. Correlation is not causation, Anand, remember. So it's not that BJP helped them, BJP created them, BJP sustained them, BJP nurtured them. No, none of that happened. I think the opposition, the supporters of those parties fucked with these people lesser than they would have before 2014, just because they thought BJP might protect them. They thought, okay, ये शायद मतलब उन लोगों का आदमी है, इसके साथ नहीं करते हैं चुतियापा. Let's not fuck with this guy. He might be too connected, too powerful. But जिसके साथ किया चुतियापा, उसको तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं किया गया. ठीक है, अच्छा जेल से निकाला वो क्या जिसका डीपी है मनोज वाजपेयी का, सत्या का जो कैरेक्टर है, तो ऐसे बहुत लोगों को बीजेपी ने विकुमात्र कैरेक्टर या so a lot of people have come out of the jail and immediately become hardcore BJP 4D chess supporters, just like people used to come back from the jails during the freedom movement as Marxists or Gandhians immediately right after coming out of jail. Only the people who didn't were people like Savarkar. So yes, BJP has helped in the legal affairs of many people, but the majority or the most significant ones were not created, sustained, saved, anything by BJP. They were just less fucked with because of the perceived alliance between them and BJP. That's the case with many other people as well. And you might say that, no, but Congress would not have done that. Congress would have gone after them if they were in power, etc. Or let's say the vice versa. If Congress today was in power, Congress would not also protect them that much really, and BJP would also not fuck with those pro-Congress academics just because they think Congress is too powerful and let's not fuck with them. That's not the case, because there are not really any examples of the support that BJP might end up giving. None of these people are getting any support. And let's say, did Congress or Trinamool rough up all of their detractors as well? Were all journalists and podcasters, podcaster nahi tha Congress ke time pe, or today are all of anti-Mamta podcasters getting killed and stuff? If you are effective enough, that's when you get into their radar. If you change too many people's minds, then you get into their radar. And if you are rude enough and stuff, when you do come into their radar, when they do start fucking with you, then what is the party that ends up benefiting from these sorts of views that's being pushed by this journalist or podcaster? Then what does that party do? And there, everyone pretty much agrees all across the country from all political aisles that BJP is the worst of the lot. My second point was that I think we have digressed from one particular issue, which was about criticizing BJP, not criticizing RSS, because after all, RSS has one layer of removal because they are not directly paid by our taxes. The criticism that we are right now giving towards RSS must be aptly directed towards BJP, not RSS. I do have some sympathy for RSS because after all, they are not in power. Their people are not in power. It's not officially RSS that's running the country. It's officially BJP that's running the country. So let's not conflate the two. And a lot of right-wingers are conflating Congress and BJP as well. Let's not do that as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for this very interesting debate. I think we forget the power of protest sometimes, and it's good sometimes. It's good to talk openly about a few things. There's a reason that it's only after 2025 that we get to see textbook changes by NCRT. We could have seen them in 2020, 2021, 2022, 3, 4, and we see them in 2025. And that's where the disillusionment with the BJP lies. I think that it's only after 240 that this is being done. I'll tell you why. I was very hurt earlier. This was during the fact that the Savarkar movie, which I think is one of the best movies made on any Indic-wing hero, was completely flopped, not promoted, and Randeep Hooda was not given much institutional or other monetary support. Not much at any rate, because I remember that I wanted to buy tickets for a few hundred people, and I was having a very difficult time trying to buy tickets, and only Maharashtrians actually saw that movie, properly. The Savarkar movie was not at all promoted by anyone. It was not promoted by RSS, not promoted by BJP, not promoted by Modi ji, who did promote Article 370, by the way, heavily. So what hit me was that it seems that Hindutva has been on the back burner till 2024 elections. Right after 2024, we see Waqf, we see a lot of this textbook change, this, that. But now they are reduced to 240. That's where the problem lies. Another problem that I see, that we're all debating the Sangh. Now, personally, there is a small issue with this. Of course, Neerajan is right that the Sangh cannot be held accountable like the BJP, because the Sangh does not, we don't vote for the Sangh. Having said that, the Sangh is in charge. For example, its constitution does not allow BJP to deal much in issues related to the students' unions and teachers' union. Okay, the education sector is under the Sangh, which is again a big disappointment in some ways. I'm not saying they should have changed things like come in 2014, change every textbook all over the world. But when BJP got a sizable 303 seats, with the NDA tally almost, I think, going up to 350 or something, then the BJP could have implemented a lot of things, including the Waqf bill, the textbook changes, the UCC, kick out the foreigners bill that came recently. It seems all of this is right after 240. So that's the disappointment. The first 5 years I get. The first 5 years was about building toilets. I totally get it. You get the votes, you get 300 seats, good for you. You get you get 15, 20 states, good for you. But then after that, these things should have been done. And it's that delay, that whole year, let's keep these guys hungry and waiting for so long. That attitude is very difficult for us to digest, because the problem is, see, I keep saying this, the elite, the ruling elite of this country are not the BJP, they're not the Hindutvawadis. The ruling elite of this country are the dominant caste parties like Congress and CPM and all these other, feudal parties essentially. And the BJP has to understand that this is a once in a lifetime chance that they got to rule for 15 years. It may not come back again. Okay. And the problem is slightly different, that if the Congress is going to be there in a weird form. We can't see it maybe because they're losing a lot of elections right now. The Congress and CPIM represent two different things that never go away. The CPIM's ideas of playing the poverty card there will always be poor people, so they'll always be able to play it. The Congress will always be able to play its elite card because there will always be elites who will love to have a crony capitalist kind of socialist setup with complete monopoly over production. So these two things will always keep these two sets of elites in power. It's only the BJP that talks about non-dominant OBCs, about non-elites, poor people, poor Hindus, all that stuff. But the problem is sometimes it just feels like talk. And then, of course, I don't think none of us are crazy enough to go and vote for leftist parties tomorrow or even promote leftist politics tomorrow. But the bigger issue here is that if you're going to keep us hungry and waiting for 15 years, then that's just sad. That's just a betrayal at some level. It feels like one. And I guess 240 was the best thing to happen to us. Let's see. Because ultimately, the textbooks are changing. A lot of things are, coming back. A lot of things seem to happen right now. And let's hope Bengal also happens. It's on the agenda, I guess. So I guess that worked. Like the criticism through 240, even if it wasn't our criticism, I don't know. Like I guess a lot of Hindutvawadis voted, but some things did not work. But at least then you came back to your basics. So that may have helped, I think. Yeah, and I'm out. Yeah.
Yeah, Ninajanda, over to you. I will be back in about 15 minutes, so you can continue.
Okay. So imagine a situation where the husband or the wife is not that interested in sex, and therefore has sex like once in a 6-month window, or maybe once a year, maybe never. And the other partner in the relationship, the spouse, is really interested in sex, and he or she keeps on complaining. After 5-6 years, he or she finally hires a prostitute or simply cheats with some other person. But up until the point that the person cheated or went to a prostitute, the only explanation given by the spouse who's refusing sex was that, what will you do? You'll cheat, you'll break the marriage. Think of that argument. Now, the other thing I wanted to respond to Rishi here is that he's talking about uninformed criticism by people like us against BJP. Now, that's not a defense of BJP in any way, because what does Congress do? Does Congress wait around for only informed decisions to be taken seriously? Look at their voter base. It's all a bunch of random horseshit demands. Anything they get pissed off with, and only after BJP came into power, and let's say pretty much only after they re-won in 2019, that's when an organic alliance of sorts happened between the left and the liberals, in a way, like on every level. Communists I know who fucking hated Gandhi all their lives, all of a sudden picked up books on Gandhi and started reading and started saying that he was an interesting man. And I have had this experience with NRI Commie Bengalis, as well as people my age who today work in Kolkata, who are liberals from presidency, who are now reading up on fucking Gandhi out of the blue. And they're saying, he was an interesting guy who had some views. That's just their pragmatism. They are cornered in one camp, and therefore they are talking about Gandhi in good light. The main point is that they ask for crazy things and the Congress listens. When Congress doesn't listen to them, they don't stop their criticism really. They just vote or talk about a party who is further left of Congress. Most educated commies of West Bengal have forever hated CPIM because they were not leftist enough. a lot of people, a lot of Delhi elites at one point. By elites here, I don't mean the bureaucrat netas or their children. I mean the activist types, the big bindi class, were not happy with Congress because they wanted further left things. So they were not making only informed criticisms or uninformed criticisms. They were simply pointing out what they thought was wrong with the country or wrong with Congress's behavior, and they criticized based on that. The other thing I want to respond to is, let's see. Very few people can pull off Lee Kuan Yewism. 240 has given BJP space to get its agenda through. Let's not forget, Congress side has also fatigued people. Have they? I remember the last time BJP changed textbooks in Modi 2, there was a huge cry about it. This time there was whimpers and it was not picked. Yes, because the criticism from the uninformed criticisms from the right-wing side, I guess you all would say it's an informed criticism, but the criticisms helped. And the nuances of the criticisms are the concern of the leaders. Whether it's feasible or not, that's supposed to be judged by the leaders in the position of the power. Your job is to simply speak your mind and point out what's wrong with what's going on around you. That's the entirety of your job profile. Why do we have LLCs and private limited companies? Because you are being given a boundary. Here's where you are supposed to operate. So don't pretend or don't imagine that you are a senior BJP Karyakarta leader who has a lot of responsibilities to juggle and stuff. No, you don't. You're a random nobody on Twitter. So therefore, speak out your mind as much as possible. And someone was saying that first talk to your MLA and criticize him in front of his face, and then you will criticize BJP and stuff. I think Imshasti was saying, yeah, you can't do that in West Bengal. You will be dead, your family will be dead, your house will be demolished, or someone else will be living there. I fear we don't get too much detached from mass sentiments. Yes. Oh, and that's something I wanted to talk about in terms of mass sentiments and stuff. I think Anand, Navavimash will have to allow them manually. So anyway, here's what I wanted to point out about Gandhi. Someone was saying that Narendra Modi just wants to come across as Gandhian, etc. I don't believe so. I believe he is a Gandhian. He's a Gandhian who's just doing a bit of wars. It's not like Congress abolished all Indian army, right? They also pretended to be Gandhian and did some non-Gandhian things. They beat up anybody and everybody, their opponents and stuff. So you can be a Gandhian and still do some non-Gandhian stuff, but in your heart, inherently, implicitly, do you believe in the Gandhian worldview? That's where I think Narendra Modi is 100% a Gandhian. And the way to prove that is, let's not prove, the way to make sense of this is that that's just what will happen. They are remnants of a past era where, since Gandhianism, the Christian morality, communism, socialism kinds of things were the only mainstay, were the only thing on the menu, so everyone had to explain away their ideologies from the lens of those dominant ideologies back then, which is why we see Dharampal, a guy liked by today's right wing, writes pages after pages about how great a person Gandhi was. On the other hand, today, when we have a world where people like Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, Ben Shapiro are viral all over the world, people, right-wingers of all over the world listen to those people, except maybe Muslim right-wingers. Therefore, they have some notion of a free market and capitalism as well. Therefore, when today I read Arthashastra, I can only find pretty much pro-capitalism things. But how? Is that my gigantic, let's say, a fascinating credit that I deserve? Because I am the one who for the first time, found out capitalism-like things in Arthashastra. No, I just had the luxury of pointing out capitalism in Arthashastra. If I was born 50 years back, I would be pointing out Gandhism in Arthashastra. So we are going through a transition phase, obviously. And for that transition phase, BJP will go on doing Gandhian things because that's just who they are. Their claim has never been that we are anything opposed to Gandhianism, ideologically speaking, conceptually speaking, philosophically speaking. They have forever maintained that they do Gandhianism better than Congress. That is all. So why won't they? They won't only when we criticize. And when we criticize without the fear of that policy being non-feasible or Congress getting benefits. There is no other way. Unless you say criticisms don't matter anyway. Whatever Narendra Modi's plan is, that will go on, which also pisses me off. That's I can't stand Modi's silence and the cool silence, the air of calmness and stoicism. I can't tolerate that anymore after 2024. Yeah, anybody can go ahead.
Yeah, I think to say that Modi has become Gandhian is a mischaracterization. Right? Hear me out. Hear me out. Um, I don't think he's being Gandhian. He's being quote unquote statesmanly. I think it's very clear uska momentum thoda हवा निकल गया है उससे. He's also pretty old. You have to keep that in mind. He's like what 72, 73 right now, somewhere around there, right? So he's like वो अभी क्या है कि third term आ गया है, मैं अपना statesman गिरी करूंगा and I just need to let the boat sail in a general direction, and वो statesmanly गिरी कर रहा है. The other thing about the Gandhi stuff is it's an interesting thing, right? Um, I don't think Modi personally likes Gandhi. I've not seen him be overtly Gandhian when he was Gujarat chief minister, right? But for the sake of the government of India, वो गांधी के लिए सब करेगा. Because Gandhi has enormous soft power. Like you have to understand this thing, right? Gandhi is a tool of government of India. He's a tool of government of India. So if he wants to exercise the full power of government of India, especially abroad, then he has to take up Gandhi as his icon. वो जिधर भी जाता है, and he uses Gandhi quite strategically as well. वो जिधर भी जाता है वो हमेशा वो गांधी स्टैचू के ऊपर वो माला लगा के आ जाता है, राइट? G20 पे उसने जो भी लीडर आया उसको सबको गांधी स्थल पे लेके आके शू निकाल के फ्लावर डाल के सब करवा दिया. So I think we need to distinguish between him being statesmanly versus him being Gandhian. I don't think he's Gandhian. He's being statesmanly. He wants to protect his legacy, right? He wants to protect what he's done so far. The second thing I do want to say is that I think we can all be in agreement is that 240 is actually a boon. It's not a curse, right? The BJP needed some amount of course correction. But we should also look at how state leaders have reacted to that. Like none of the state leaders, at least within the BJP, are not taking their majorities for granted. All of them have got super majorities in whichever state elections that they have contested, right? They're taking them very seriously. Devendra Fadnavis is not वो शांतिपूर्वक सब कर रहा है वो, but he's also very pro Hindutva agenda है. वो बोलता नहीं है, but he shows it through his policy actions, right? So recently he just banned conversions, converted SC/STs are no longer eligible for reservation. He doesn't go out there announcing that, but you can see similar things happening in Delhi as well, and Rajasthan, and to some extent even MP. So I certainly think we should put effort where people are, especially politicians, are starting to pay attention. And ठीक है, West Bengal में नहीं चल सकता, that's a different issue, but other states पे I don't think you should think like West Bengal in other states, right? जहाँ पर pressure लगा सकते हो लगाओ, जहाँ पर you can get outcomes. But this is not like a one and done thing. It's going to be constantly तुझे लगाना पड़ता है, constantly तुझे थोड़ा बहुत गाली देना पड़ता है, but more importantly appropriate level पे गाली देना पड़ता है.
मेरा एक
Yeah.
पॉइंट है छोटा सा, फिर आप लोग जारी रखिएगा. द पॉइंट कि SC/ST को रिजर्वेशंस नहीं मिलेगा अगर वो कन्वर्शन करेंगे, तो पहली बात तो ये ST के लिए लागू नहीं होता है, लीगली लागू नहीं होता है. SCs के लिए
महाराष्ट्र पे
ये
लागू होता है, महाराष्ट्र में
हो
लागू
सकता है, हो सकता है. SCs के लिए ये नियम बहुत पहले से है कि इफ यू कन्वर्ट यू डोंट गेट रिजर्वेशंस. ठीक है. अब बीजेपी क्या कर रही है ना, इसको खाना पूर्ति बोलते हैं, टोकनिज्म. इससे कन्वर्जन्स नहीं रुकेगा, क्योंकि चर्च जितना इंसेंटिव्स देती है, नौकरी देती है, पैसा देती है, हॉस्पिटल में सुविधाएं देती है, स्कूलिंग, उसका रिजर्वेशन से कुछ नहीं होने जाना. आप मंदिरों को मुक्त करेंगे नहीं, आप राम मंदिर से 400 करोड़ टैक्स लेंगे, खाक आप कन्वर्जन को रोकेंगे? जो
हाँ,
करने का काम है वो आप नहीं करना चाहते।
नहीं, you're not wrong,
समस्या
but you're not
और
wrong,
हमें
but
यही मुख्य मुद्दों को उठाना चाहिए। हमें संतुष्ट नहीं होना चाहिए कि उन्होंने कन्वर्जन का लॉ ले आया, बस हो गया। यही
हाँ,
हम गड़बड़
वो सब
करते हैं,
ठीक है,
हम
नहीं
मूल
नहीं, वो
विषय
सब
को नहीं
ठीक है,
उठाते।
but
one at a
that's
time, one at a time, speak
yeah,
one at a time.
sorry, अबे आप जो बोल रहे हो सही बोल रहे हो, but it's like समस्या ऐसा है कि you have to break it down into pieces, एक एक करके करना पड़ता है. It's not like SC SC converted SC ST को reservation से ban करने से conversions बंद हो जाए, ऐसा नहीं है, but उसका impact पड़ेगा, right? Maybe it might not be 100%, but 30% कम होएगा. That 30% is still beneficial, right? These are big problems, right? इसको एक झटके से, unfortunately एक झटके से नहीं होता है. ये मामला का समस्या सब solution सब एक झटके से नहीं होता है, एक एक करके करना पड़ता है. That's the unfortunate reality. We have to
No,
realize.
I agree. That point I agree, पर बात शुरू होनी चाहिए. मुझे टेम्पल फ्रीडम को लेकर भाजपा की ओर से उतनी बातें नहीं सुनाई दे रही है. तमिलनाडु में राजनीति करने के लिए उन्होंने बात की, पर दूसरे स्टेट में जहां आपकी गवर्नमेंट है वो आप कर सकते, पर आप कर नहीं रहे.
I think
मुझे ऐसा लगता है.
I think the thing is like certain things like temple freedom and all, it has to come from the states first, right? I mean, वो भी problematic states से चालू होना चाहिए. You can't get central government से diktat सब नहीं होएगा. I mean, it's like इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ, हमें थोड़ा tact चाहिए, right? You can't expect central government to just suddenly put its diktat down and then expect things to work fine.
नहीं, but I
I
think
mean,
there are
I
low
get your
hanging
point.
fruits.
No, I get
Sorry,
your
आप बोल
point. No, I get your point, but it's like, and temple freedoms is very complex. Like, I don't think it'll work in every state.
But I think there are certain low hanging fruits, जैसे RTE है, वो आप हटा सकते, जो हिंदू एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस पे ही थोपा गया है और वो यूपीए के समय थोपा गया था. तो ऐसे बहुत सारे लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट्स है which can be dealt with, which BJP is not dealing with, or maybe Hindus are not raising those issues because they are not aware कि ये कैसे हम पर इम्पैक्ट डाल,
I think it's
क्योंकि
a
हमारे
little bit of.
एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस बंद होंगे ही ना RTE के कारण.
No, I
Anyway,
think you're not wrong. I think there's a third aspect as well that we are all ignoring is how will the courts react? ये I think Delhi circuit में किसी के पास भी आप बात करोगे ना, the first thing concern they express is that court क्या बोलेगा? Because court,
नहीं,
I mean,
I don't agree with this.
no,
बीजेपी ने उनको बहुत सिर पर चढ़ाया है. बीजेपी ने उलट के कभी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने स्टैंड नहीं लिया कोर्ट्स के अगेंस्ट, इसीलिए वो इतने सिर पर चढ़े. ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ है. आई डोंट अग्री. नहीं तो राम मंदिर का वर्डिक्ट कैसे मिल जाता है?
they
नहीं तो
spent a
फिर
lot of political capital in that, right? 240 पे
या तो वही
240 पे है ना, political capital मिलना थोड़ा, I mean, they need to be a little bit careful, but a lot of these things, like, I feel like you'd have better impact on the state level. Because हम center के, we are solely focused on state issues through the lens of center. We are forgetting that state governments have a lot of power in these aspects as well. Like, one of the things, at least in Maharashtra, I've been trying to push is like getting the states RT reformed rather than focusing just on the central part. Because we forget.
but the law was brought
in
in by
most
center,
states,
no? Then it has to be solved by center.
not really. I
वो
mean,
स्टेट कैसे करे?
हाँ, नहीं.
सेंटर ने लाया था ना लॉ, तो
No,
सेंटर को करना पड़ेगा.
it's still a concurrent list, right? So maybe 10% of the state's student population goes to CBSE, but 90% is still state. I mean, I'm not
उसका
saying you're
RTE से
wrong.
क्या लेना देना है? आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड कि वो मेजॉरिटी इंस्टीट्यूशंस पे RTE लागू होगा, उसका स्टेट बोर्ड और सेंटर बोर्ड से क्या लेना देना, और सिलेबस से क्या लेना देना?
Because
सिंपल
दोनों
बोलो कि वो लागू नहीं होगा
they
मेजॉरिटी पे.
it's more like this, right? तू center पे तू करेगा, state पे नहीं करेगा, तो then it's still an incomplete job, right?
तो जिसके पास पावर है कम से कम वो तो कर दे, सेंटर कर दे, स्टेट देखा जाएगा बाद में करेगा यार, कम से कम सेंटर शुरुआत करे। मोदी
I
जी
mean,
कांट से ऑल द टाइम कि मैं हिंदू सम्राट हूँ एंड देन स्टार्ट वॉकिंग अवे फ्रॉम हिज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि मैं नहीं कर सकता।
no,
भाई स्टेट करो।
that's the wrong way to look at it. I'm saying like
दैट इज आई थिंक रॉन्ग कि मोदी जी को भी आई थिंक ही शुड टेक द इनिशिएटिव।
well,
एनीवे
I mean, my point is that state पे तेरे को बहुत you have to push where you get opportunities. Right now, every state government leader is actually paying attention. That's an opportunity for you to, maybe not in West Bengal. Let me preface that. Uh, but you have to take the opportunity to push where you can. Concurrent list pe, like education is a concurrent list thing, so you can't just simply say हाँ state center करना चाहिए, so center के ऊपर मैं pressure लगाऊंगा फिर states करेंगे. You have to do both, and where you find the opportunity you have to pick one or the other.
तो
Right?
महाराष्ट्र में देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को करना चाहिए, वो भी बीजेपी से।
He's starting.
यूपी में करो, महाराष्ट्र में करो, एमपी में करो।
I don't know about MP, but महाराष्ट्र में तो ऑलरेडी चल रहा है क्योंकि
और मोदी जी अगर सेंटर से कर दे तो क्या ही बात है, स्टेट बाद में करता रहे। मोदी जी को किसने रोका, हाथ बांध के रखे क्या उनके?
नहीं, see, you have to understand one thing कि if sometimes it might backfire pretty badly, right? Center करेगा, then some state like say Tamil Nadu will then sue the center, and then Supreme Court rules in favor of Tamil Nadu, तो क्या करेगा? Right? You have to allow space for even states to do these experimentations. You have to build the support in states. So, for example, let's say Tamil Nadu sue kiya, then there's something called as amicus briefs, right? Where you are basically presenting yourself as the friend of the court. This only happens at the Supreme Court level, and you basically say that, hey, this is my position, and I feel the court should basically rule in according to my position because we have legitimate concerns here, XYZ. That only a favorable state government can do. So you cannot just be very tunnel visioned and say सिर्फ center से आना चाहिए, सिर्फ उससे आना चाहिए. दोनों तरफ से आना चाहिए. But more importantly, you have to seize opportunities where they open up.
Can I seize this opportunity?
Honestly, I disagree, but let Slevin continue.
Just a minute, guys. We have a Slevin here. Let him speak for a few minutes, and then Yajanda, you can continue. Slevin, you are on.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, guys. So, just a quick sort of question that I have. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. There has been a lot of things going on between the language wars and stuff like that. And I would like to raise this point in also regards to every city has a capacity. Okay, now Mumbai is filled up to its brim. Okay, I'm a Mumbaiker, so so there is a lot of frustration with people migrating in the state, and I don't want to make it us versus them thing, but it sort of is. If you've been staying in a city for decades and you see constant stream of people coming in, it spoils the quality of life for everyone that has been living over there. The need of the hour is building new cities, but if we don't, then this us versus them narrative is going to be filled more and more. And I'm not trying to justify the violence or anything like that, but there is a real concern among Maharashtrians. I'm a Maharashtrian, and I'm not going to mince my words, saying I'll tell you two instances from my life. Okay, it was my birthday. I went to a pub in. It's not a pub, like whatever. They were playing music essentially. So there were some girls. So they asked. They wanted to play Maharashtrian, like one two Marathi songs. Okay, so they asked, and in Thane, Maharashtra, it's like a suburb of Mumbai. They said no, we don't allow Maharashtrian music. Okay, Punjabi is fine, South Indian was played, Punjabi was played, Hindi was played, English was played. I'm sitting in Maharashtra and they are saying you cannot play Marathi music. And then those girls, what they did was, Chikni Chameli is that from Jhingat. Jhingat, or I mean, it's a Hindi version of Komri Parali. which is a Marathi song. So they started
Saira.
yeah, so they started essentially playing Ajay Atul songs which have a Hindi version basically because they wanted to listen Maharashtrian songs or whatever. So this is one thing. Second, there was a girl that I used to work with, okay, and she said to me in the most condescending. She was a very proud Brahmin and very prejudiced, I must say. And she said to me point blank, she said to me, "What you Maharashtrians have other than Koli dance and like." I was very like 2021 at that point of time, very young, and like I was new in that workplace. It was a workplace thing, so I couldn't say anything. I didn't, but there is a feeling among Maharashtrians that all these other guys like coming in, they don't respect our language and culture, and it is going to be a culture war if it goes like beyond a certain limit. And that's why why does MNS have like some little bit traction? Because there is a latent sentiment among people, right? It can't happen without some sort of locals feeling a little bit like that. So the only way I feel out of this is if we have more cities like Mumbai is a city, Thane is a suburb, we have Pune, Nagpur can grow, and then maybe Nashik. But we need cities like that in other parts of the like country. Like Hyderabad is a good start. Like, but we need like 50 more cities. Those cities are getting congested, and it's going to get so much worse. Now I don't want to dox myself, but I'm not in India. But I walk 15 minutes. I go to my office in 20, like 20 minute 5 minute walk, or I have a cycle 10 minutes. That's my commute. And I'm like, मैं इंडिया में रहता, मैं मुंबई में I'm seeing those reels of locals overflowing. I used to travel by local trains 10 years ago. I'm thinking if I have to do it now, can I do it? Will I be able to? I don't want to do that. Like, have you traveled by local trains right now? It's impossible. So we need more cities, more urban infrastructure.
Yeah.
I don't know why these guys are not able to like build one metro takes 10 years, like metro line 4 from Thane to like I'm ranting, sorry, but like it takes 10
Levin,
years to build one. Shit.
yeah, could
That's a
you finish your
disaster.
point in a minute?
Yeah, that's my point. So like I want you guys to address the state of urban infrastructure, the need to build more cities, and my third point being if we don't address these issues in a timely manner, feeding into language wars and like regionalism. That's my point. Thank you guys. And Niranjan, I hope you get your challenge back soon, man. So thanks.
Yeah. Thank you,
Bye
Steven.
bye.
Yeah, and Niyajanda, I think you
Yeah.
can take this opportunity to tell everyone that your channel will be back and people
Yeah,
should
yeah.
stick to the channel because that is important
Yeah,
every week.
yeah, guys. Thank you, Bhupenda. So yes, the channel will be back pretty soon. Today already I was sent a password resetting link by Google, which mysteriously expired within 4 hours, although it was supposed to expire 7 days later. Or you can check out the beginning of the live stream as well to find out exactly what happened to my channel. I'm 99% sure I'll get it back. So don't unsubscribe and don't quit all the memberships, etc. Okay, I think it will take 10-15 days. I have a bunch of things to respond to. Bhupenda, if you had some other plans, you can tell me.
No plan. See, I will
Okay.
be going on a meeting. So for next half an hour, people will
Okay.
be joining others, but you can ask people to open the mic and speak. So for next half an
Okay.
hour, you will be on your own.
But you'll have to
No. I
manually
have
add them on
people.
the screen, right?
Yeah, I have to manually. I have people who can add them. You don't have to worry about it.
Oh, okay, okay.
I have
Okay.
one more admin who is doing this, so don't worry about
Oh, nice, nice. Oh, automated. Yeah, delegate kore dawa. Yeah, here to learn. I'll probably get all my videos and live streams back because they are not really deleted; they are hidden, which means he has turned them into private. I'll just have to manually sit down and make them unprivate and public once again. So, first of all, I'll just respond to Slevin's concerns here. He was talking about building new cities. Yes, that's what the government must do. It will do probably someday when they can get their land acquisition laws into place. Obviously, even if that doesn't happen, they will, because that's what's. I don't think that's happening enough though, but that might happen. But you see, Mumbai itself will keep on expanding. Now, I don't remember the exact geography of Mumbai. It is these days connected to the mainland of India, right? It's not just an island, right? It was, I think, built up that way when it was first created. I think it was artificially created, the landmass of Mumbai. If it's not the case anymore, it will go on increasing. Someday you will find maybe Nashik is considered to be inside Mumbai. Have you read Sanjeev Sanyal's works? In one book, he used to mention, I think, yeah, it was his Indian Renaissance, that book, his first book. He used to point out that there's a milestone right in the middle of Gurgaon, which says that Gurgaon is about like 20 kilometers from here. Okay, so that's an ancient milestone, obviously. Now, Gurgaon has expanded so much that milestone, which used to inform you that Gurgaon is far off, is now inside that place. Okay, so Mumbai is going to go on increasing because it's the goddamn financial hub of the biggest democracy in the history of mankind. Even God can't prevent the expansion of Mumbai unless he just decides to drown it in a tsunami. Okay, no one can prevent the expansion of Mumbai. No one wants to prevent the expansion of Mumbai. Not politicians, socialists, communists, capitalists, gundas. Everyone wants the expansion of Mumbai, which will go on happening. When that happens, when that's allowed to happen, even if no one allows it, it will happen anyway, because that's just the sheer power and force of the number of people with money that live in Mumbai who want it to expand. When that happens, other pubs will come up. Do discos and nightclubs in Texas only play country music? The pub's job is to play music that is popular. And Marathi music, absolutely unfortunately, I'm a die-hard fan of Ajay Atul. Marathi music is not as popular as Punjabi music, Hindi music, even South Indian music. For some reason, they have just, I guess, marketed it better. Because when I first found out that Ajay Atul did Sairat's music or recorded Sairat's music in Sony fucking studios in LA, the main thing that concerned me was, how is it worth their money even? Because nobody listens to Marathi music. All the Indians who do listen to some music from other states only listen to South Indian music. Some people, I think, listen to a bit of Assamese music, although hardly. Nobody listens to Marathi music outside Maharashtra. How will that be played? What if he plays that music and people leave? Who are the people who are going to lose their jobs when that pub shuts down? It's Marathi people. So why doesn't someone else set up a pub where only Marathi music will be played, or Marathi music will also be played along with Punjabi music and South Indian music, and then you can show directly, you can throw that stat into the faces of those previous past pub owners that, see, we survived, we made bigger profit than you by playing Marathi music. What the fuck were you doing? Show them. If you can't show them, if you in fact think that your pub will shut down because you played Marathi music too much or at all, then just make Marathi music popular, or just wait for expansion to happen. Because with expansion, there's more chances of such pubs coming into place who will probably not look at just the profit margin, who can be okay with some people leaving the pub because of Marathi music playing. Because let's face it, half the people are drunk and stoned out of their minds in those pubs. They probably don't know which language is being played. It's the pub owner who is sober who has told the DJ that play only songs that have this amounts of views or these languages because they are usually popular. That's all. The other things I wanted to respond to is, M. Shastri was pointing out that 240, he was agreeing that 240 in fact is a boon because BJP is doing so much after 240. But you see, M. Shastri, the people in your camp, kind of, people like you, Kushal Mehra, Rishi here, who are saying to people that, I guess you have not said it overtly, so I would not put words in your mouth, but let's say people in that camp, like Kushal Mehra, who are saying that, what will you do? Vote for Congress. They are the ones who are also defending BJP and apologizing for BJP on the feasibility issue on many things after 2024 by saying that, yeah, what can we do? You voted, you gave BJP 240 seats. If you had given him 340 seats, 440 seats, 540 seats, if only you had given him 1040 seats, which don't even exist, if only MPs sat outside the parliament, you had given so much seats to BJP, only then Narendra Modi would have shown you how effective he is, bro. Only then he could have. You didn't let him. So how is 240 a gain as well? 240 से अच्छा भी हुआ, बुरा भी हुआ. Conclusion ये है कि बीजेपी करना चाहती थी, नहीं कर पाई. वाह वाह वाह. Second point is, yeah, the statesman issue. See, that statesman issue, the fact that Narendra Modi is having to play the role of a statesman by propping up Gandhi is first and foremost not the job of a leader. That's the job of a statesman. Leader is supposed to have some other features and characters as well. and he's not going to counter people on Gandhi. And what happens when Jews and Africans really take it seriously? All their hatred that they have for Gandhi, because they do, they just don't talk about it much because of kind of good relationship with India, Narendra Modi, etc. What happens when those two start speaking out against Gandhi? Then you will say, yeah, I guess it's now finally okay for me to criticize Gandhi as well. Now whoever comes in will put a mala on Savarkar or Atal Bihari Vajpayee's statue and not on Gandhi. So you see, you'll still be the chaser. You'll still be the guy who wants to get invited to the party after the party is over. It's the same thing again. You'll be too late to the party. Why can't you jump the gun and say, yeah, you may think, yeah, non-violence is great, but you see, we have someone else, Savarkar. And the reason Savarkar movie was promoted by, not promoted by BJP, but Article 370 was because Article 370 talked directly about an achievement of BJP. Savarkar simply talks about a person whose movie will be a movie on whom will be watched by their supporters. It's not a direct gain to BJP. Why? How is it a gain to BJP? Maybe if Savarkar movie becomes too popular, then people see it and then they're convinced. Narendra Modi knows that no commie is going to fucking watch Savarkar. Therefore, he did not promote it. And if at all it had become as popular as Article 370 among right-wingers, then I think there is a threat to BJP's ways of doing things and Narendra Modi's ways of doing things, because then there's too much critical thinking. Who cares what's happened in the West? ये सब बोलना बंद हो जाएगा अगर सावरकर mainstream हो जाता है. तो उस वजह से, for all those reasons which threaten BJP's existence, Narendra Modi's stature, they did not promote Savarkar. And also the statesman thing has been going on since 2014 as well. Okay, all the freebies that we give to other countries, that was also statesmanly category stuff only. He has been after the Nobel Peace Prize from day one. There have been many criticisms from the right wing for Narendra Modi on this exact statesman issue before 2024 as well. 2019, 2018, 2021, he was going on doing that statesman thing. So I don't think we can apologize for him further by saying, oh, just let him be. He's just a cute old grandfather who just wants to live out the rest of his tenure and is doing statesmanly things. And okay, another thing is, if you agree with those criticisms of BJP, but you don't, then what don't you agree with? Because M. Shastri or people like them do agree with all of these criticisms that people like me or Abhay are making here. Okay, then you are effectively saying that, yeah, it's right, just don't say it. Nahi to Congress ko help ho jayega. That can't work, because A, that's not how it happens. B, we can't have a complete faith on BJP that it will do whatever is good for the country if only we shut the fuck up. Then just wait, he will do it. Rest assured that there's a barrage of rest assured that I'm getting fed up with. The other thing was, yeah, conversion and prevention. that was a great point that Abhay brought up. You kitna bhi conversion prevention bill le lo bhai. How will you prevent, how will you counter, how will you fight the gigantic economy of the entire Western world in promoting conversion? How can that happen without temple freedom? First of all, the way anti-conversion bills work, I don't think they can stand the scrutiny of the Supreme Court at all, logically. Because, yeah, manipulation might be proven in some cases, that, oh, he was poor, he was just given a bunch of money and converted. If at all that is allowed by the Supreme Court to say, let's say that, okay, if you do this, if you give him money just because he's poor and then you want him to join your religion, that's not allowed. Then I think the very next day, freebies will have to logically end, because a libertarian can go and file a case saying that, no, this is wrong, and he's just doing that to get votes. You get this freebie if you get my vote, if you vote for me. You get this freebie if you come into my religion. How are they any fucking different? And the bigger problem is that ideally everyone will say, no, it was not because of some manipulation. I just thought about it and I liked it and I want to change my religion. How is that going to stand the scrutiny of the courts? And more importantly, how is the budget of Hindus in preventing conversion ever going to fight the budget of the West? It cannot happen without temple freedom at all. And the only nuance I see in the temple freedom debate is from right wingers is that, what about the small temples? I say that the people who care about the small temple, they must pay up. How much more am I going to be paying for uh, every demand of the rest of the country's poor people who save dharma and drown their kids in the river when a random Baba tells them to? There has to be some end to slave morality. Congress conversion. The other thing I wanted to mention was Gandhi. Yeah, कोर्ट क्या बोलेगा, एक झटके में नहीं हो सकता है. This is another problem. This is again the same things that Congress supporters could have said for Congress but didn't say, and therefore Congress could go on with it. Court ये बोलेगा, court वो बोलेगा. The pressures that any person, any leader, any judge in the country faces, it's because of criticisms that we are doing. Therefore, the criticisms cannot be diluted away at all. It's the criticisms that force Congress judges to think in a certain way. And right now, all we have is a bit of outrage on Twitter. We don't have narrative and stuff. Okay, now go ahead. Let's see if anyone wants to join on stuff. Otherwise, I'll just keep taking the questions. The big temples can fund small temples, exactly. The conversion is defined quite differently in Indian constitution compared to Western countries. We have explicit ban on proselytizing. Yes, and if you want to proselytize, if you want to ban proselytize, you'll have to pursue a particular proselytizing case. Yes, then maybe you will be able to prove it in some cases. In a lot of cases, you won't be able to prove. Simply because Hindus don't have that much money to pursue these cases, and because they won't leave a credible or a legit visible paper trail. Temple means nothing if there's no school or hospital attached to it. Yeah. The M Shastri is who are you to tell some pub what songs they gotta play? Do you own the place? Let's see. The policy of not allowing songs from the state where you are based is discriminatory and arrogance of highest order. The request was for a single song by a bunch of girls. Slevin, I agree with you 100%. My concern is what happens when he does these things. Let's say today it was one girl who asked for one Marathi song. It happens. Then there are two girls who ask for two Marathi songs the next day. Three girls who ask for three Marathi songs the next day. And the pub loses its core audience. Then who's going to run the pub? Who's going to pay the salaries of those people who lose their jobs because of the pub shutting down? Those three girls. Or else, if you say the audience is going to get completely replaced by a bunch of people who just want to listen to Marathi songs in a pub, the data just doesn't support that. Marathi music is not that popular in the entire country, and Mumbai is a cosmopolitan place. People from all over the country are going to that pub, so they can't do anything other than showing arrogance, because they have to run the pub. The pub shuts down, everyone loses. You can't even go to a pub and complain about playing Marathi music if the pub doesn't exist in the first place. Congress, no, what was I talking about? See, we have certain levels of temple economy in Karnataka. They are under Hindu mutt system, but politics heavily depends on gurus of the mutt. What's your opinion? That's on the gurus, and then we'll have a completely different and fresh debate. That what is the stature of the gurus then? How much do we take them seriously? Because the Hindutva crowd will definitely take note of it and will therefore stop saying, who cares what happens in the West? They will stop telling me, why do we follow so much Nietzsche and Thomas Sowell? They will say, oh, बाप temple freedom दिया भोसड़ी के, फिर कांग्रेस का काम करने लग गया चुतिया. ऐसे कैसे धर्म प्रोटेक्ट करेगा तुम? Then let's take help from anywhere we can, and let's form alliances anywhere we can. So it's not like Marathi is in decline, but there's a huge churn. The mutt has a right to their independence. Yeah. By the way, Marathi dominates YouTube. The biggest regional language channels are Marathi. Regional language channels, but it's not in the music world, right? In terms of music, it's only Apsara Ali that's being heard by the entire country. Okay, anyone wanted to join? Yeah, go ahead, Gautam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I would like to make one small point and I'll leave. It's about a judiciary. It seems that judiciary around the world tries to do justice with a view of shades of grey. For example, if a minor does a murder or R-word stuff, if he is rich, the judge will try to say that he did it because of trauma and lack of evidence, even if there is a clear video evidence, and witnesses who say that. Why is the justice system around the world like this? Even people like Didi get free pass from that. I think that judiciary tries to play this not good and evil and shades of gray, which leads to injustice around the world. What do you say about that? Did you get my point? I can't hear you.
You're on
Yeah,
mute.
repeat the last sentence, Gautam.
Last sentence.
Yeah.
The judiciary tries to play the game of shades of gray. Is that how the justice system will work? Because if that's how the judiciary works, then people will lose the faith in justice.
Is there any faith left in the judiciary today from any quarters, any political aisles? No one trusts the judiciary because they know it's the harassment that's the main punishment, and 30 years later you might actually get confirmation that yes, that guy was a criminal, or 30 years later you will find out that that guy was in fact was not a criminal. No one really has faith in the judiciary anymore, and BJP did try to do a good job with thrusting down NJC down their throats, or NHAC. It was NJC, right? So there, though, there's not much to do. But your question is, how can it get better, or is it right?
Yeah. How can it get better? Because in my opinion, is that if any crime is committed, even if it's by minor, he should be punished because of the crime and not try to play that, oh, he had a trauma, lack of evidence, this needs more details, etc. That's my
वो तो
point.
नहीं होगा गौतम विदाउट ब्राह्मण भोजन एंड नैरेटिव चेंज, क्योंकि ये जो गांधीयन क्रिश्चियन मॉरलिटी स्लेव मॉरलिटी का एक डिफॉल्ट स्टेट है इंडिया का, वो नैरेटिव के वजह से हुआ है। बहुत दिन कॉलोनाइजेशन के बाद कॉलोनाइजेशन के अंडर रहने के बाद ऐसा ही होता है, हर देश में ही मोरलेस ऐसा होता है। तो वहां से तो हमको अब उठना होगा। ये चीज गलत है इनफैक्ट, उसमें सबको अग्री अपॉन करना पड़ेगा। इंडिया में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि यूजुअली मतलब तुम्हारे और मेरे एक कॉन्वर्सेशन में बोल देंगे ठीक है ये गलत है, मगर इफ पुश कम्स टू शव अपने आदमी को बचाने जाएंगे और फिर अपने कास्ट के बेसिस पे हक भी मांगेंगे, और फिर डिफेंड भी करेंगे कि हाँ कास्ट के बेसिस पे तो हाँ कंप्लीट इंडिविजुअलिज्म कैसे हम मान ले, वो तो वेस्टर्न प्रोपेगेंडा है। तो थोड़ा तो ग्रुप चाहिए ही, तो थोड़ा ग्रुप जब चाहिए बोलोगे तो ग्रुप जब जस्टिफाई करेगा कि नहीं इसको आप नहीं ले सकते हैं क्योंकि हम तो 5000 साल पहले ये हुआ था, तब वो लॉ नहीं हो सकता है। बट मेनली we'll have to counter that propaganda in the first place, and the government will have to endorse it or prop them up, etc. Because people mainly think the crime happened because of a social issue. It's a societal problem, it's a social problem. Indians don't in their hearts actually believe that every criminal is to be blamed. They will have to fathom it in their hearts as well. And then I think conversations about these things, books and papers about these things can someday convince future judges. We are nowhere near even a starting point on this particular issue. Okay, every crime is just the fault of the criminal. And what's more interesting and nuanced is that even if that criminal became a criminal because of the circumstances, we still have to punish only that guy or not anybody else, or not let that guy get away with it, because we are trying to solve a problem here. That discourse is not mainstream at all in India. So Gautam, it's not happening anytime soon.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Bye.
I just came in to make a very small point about this whole urbanization thing. Like, okay, Mumbai gets a lot of press coverage. Excuse me. Sorry if I'm coughing a little. I'm a little under the weather today. But yeah, gets a lot of press coverage. But it is this whole language divide and everything, it's a big issue in all cities, frankly, in all cities. Even in places like Delhi, वहाँ का tonality से बात नहीं करोगे तो you will be discriminated against a little bit. Hindi hai, sure. So North Indians may not feel it as much, but if you live there for a while, you'll understand that if you're talking in, say, a UP accented Hindi or a Bihari accented Hindi, you do get discriminated against. Now, it's the issue, and I agree with Slevin over here on some things, not on the uh, specific pub issue, to be honest. Like, okay, make good Marathi music, everyone will listen to it. Like, there are good pieces of Marathi music that do go on, and frankly, it's an economics issue. So I have no opinion on it one way or the other. If enough people ask for it, pubs will play it. But the larger issue over here is one of overcrowding. It's too many people being confined to a very limited space. It's like a toxic joint family. That is the, you know, main problem of urban India today. And this is something that people don't realize. There was this report that I was hearing about in some podcast which says that more than 45% of India, and this was a 3-year-old podcast, so it's probably higher than now, closing up to 50%, that 45% of India is now urban. तो जो India lives in its villages वाला जमाना था वो गया. अब यहाँ पे a lot of things will change because of that, and politics also needs to take cognizance of it, because as you become more and more urbanized and industrialized, like everyone knows, casteism goes away, because in an urban setting where you're all working in the private sector, the only jat that gets reservation is Aurat Jat in the metros and local trains. So when that divide goes in, other forms of your identity become more important, and that is why the language divide starts coming in urban India. How do you deal with it? We'll have to figure out how to basically create enough space for everyone to carve out their own niches in these cosmopolitan settings. And this is
Exactly.
and this is a conversation no one is even contemplating yet, and this is going to be one of the big issues going up to the 2040s, 2030s to 2040s, where this will become a major issue. Like I always say, Mumbai, which geographically is very similar to New York City, is a lot like New York City was in the 1930s. Like
Yes.
Manhattan was a very dense, cramped neighborhood because the outskirts were not as well developed as the main city itself, and they did not have as many opportunities. The rich people were able to live outside, but all of the immigrants, all of the people who were coming in who were poor, they were all had to live in those small areas, and there were huge clashes between ethnicities, between the Irish and the Italians, for example. And we are seeing a lot of the same in Mumbai. So we need to look at how did New York City solve it? How did Chicago solve it? The east side and the south side of Chicago. How did these people solve it? Simple. You need to start expanding out. Most Indian cities have this problem कि वो बहुत horizontal development or urban vertical development इतना नहीं है. Mumbai has the opposite problem. सिर्फ vertical development और horizontal कुछ नहीं है. You for the kind of people, the average per capita income wise people who live in Mumbai, you go a little outside of main Mumbai or even at the edges of main Mumbai, places like Mira Vasai, Thane and Navi Mumbai are exceptions because they have been specifically focused on. But these areas have, comparatively to Mumbai, very bad infrastructure, very poor connectivity, not enough good schools and hospitals. And that is what needs to be done. I mean, you need to make sure that there is enough space both vertically and horizontally. Vertically is a separate conversation. That's about idiotic socialist, FSI rules and all of that nonsense, which is making it impossible for us to build tall. But horizontal is also something that we will definitely need to start focusing on very soon, if we need to make sure that everyone isn't cramped like sardines in a can in all of our urban environments. And Slevin's point here comes in. Like, for that, you need to make sure that, it's not just, and this is something that Mumbai has been doing to its credit. Like, there's not just one Nariman point, there's also BKC. There are places in Andheri, Goregaon, which are becoming business districts. Same over here in Calcutta, a little bit, galti se ho gaya hai, like Kamak Street hai, Sector 5 and all of that. But what we need to do that is take that to its logical conclusion now. And we need to start investing heavily in the issues and needs of urban India, because India is going to be an urban country in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And until you do that, तुम जितना भी caste politics हटा दो, जितना भी जो भी कर लो, that divide will always be there for the left to exploit. Yeah, it had apartheid too, it had everything. 1980s तक LA में, yes, 80s and 90s तक LA में बहुत बुरा हालत था. Fine, sure, but you have to look at what is right. And what these cities did right was create the opportunity for people to go in and expand. And here is problem in India mein what is going to happen, and I'll just wrap up in 2 minutes now. Problem is India mein what is going to happen is you will have the government create a new Navi Mumbai, which will again take bloody 14 years to get its act together, और उसके बाद जाके पूरा issue resolve होगा, right? वो that is not something that we can do. We can't wait 40 years anymore. Now what we need to do is we need to let people grow on their own and give these local municipalities the ability and the funding to make world class, not world class, acceptable infrastructure, acceptable roads, hospitals और schools. वो हम लोग मिडिल क्लास जहाँ जाएगा वो वहाँ पे अपने आप हॉस्पिटल्स आ जाएंगे, स्कूल्स आ जाएंगे, नाइट लाइफ आ जाएगा. डोंट हैव टू वरी अबाउट दैट. व्हाट यू नीड टू वरी अबाउट इज गेटिंग रोड्स एंड प्लम्बिंग इन. बाकी इंडिया का मिडिल क्लास देख लेगा. मुंबई में इफ you want to buy a decent 3 BHK, you need to spend 7 crores. It's a bloody joke. You can't afford it. Anyone and everyone would be happy to live there as long as they can ensure that their quality of life is not going to be impacted too much. And that is the only thing that this government needs to do. Not focus too much on town planning, focusing more on enabling communities to grow that. And one caveat to that, and that is my last point, yes, that will create a lot of friction with the locals because they will feel like they're being cheated out of their land, blah, blah, blah. Hoga, nothing doing, deal with it. You cannot stem the tide of economics.
मुझे इस पर एक बात करनी है. अभी मैं कुछ न्यूज़ देखा था मिंट पर कि महाराष्ट्र के टॉप 5% अर्नर्स को यदि मुंबई में एक अपना घर खरीदना हो तो 109 साल तक पैसा बचाने पड़ेंगे. तो रियल एस्टेट का ये हालत है मेट्रो सिटीज़ में, मुंबई में. बट मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि हमारे म्यूनिसिपल गवर्नेंस में इश्यूज के कारण ये नहीं हो रहा है क्या कि खराब रोड्स है, वाटर लॉगिंग इतना होता है, आपको कुछ रोड्स मतलब एक डिपार्टमेंट रोड खोद के कुछ काम करके रोड बनाएगा, फिर अगले महीने दूसरा डिपार्टमेंट रोड खोद देगा, तो हमेशा काम चलता ही रहता है, रोड्स खराब रहते हैं. तो ये म्यूनिसिपल गवर्नेंस का इशू कैसे सॉल्व करे? क्योंकि जो लोग ये सब में काम करते हैं ना, जो गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉयज है, चाहे म्यूनिसिपल एम्प्लॉयज या हमारे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, उनका कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी नहीं है क्योंकि जॉब सिक्योरिटी है उनको. तो व्हाई विल दे वर्क हार्ड टू डू वेल फॉर द सिटी? तो ये भी इश्यूज है. और पॉलिटिकल पार्टी भी तो मुद्दे से भटकाना चाहती है ना, तो भाषा को बीच में लाएगी कि नहीं, भाषा के नाम पर हम पर अत्याचार हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है. और जहाँ तक मराठी की बात है, बात सच है स्लेविन जी की कि हाँ मराठी म्यूजिक प्ले नहीं किया, बट द पॉइंट इज कि क्या वो पब में अगर वो मराठी म्यूजिक प्ले करते हैं और मराठी माहौल बन जाता है वो पब में, तो दूसरे लोग जो उतना मराठी म्यूजिक या संगीत नहीं सुनते हैं वो आना बंद कर जाएंगे, तो वो पब का बिजनेस चलेगा क्या? दैट इज द पॉइंट. क्योंकि मराठी लोग हिंदी सुनते हैं पर जो नॉन मराठी है वो मराठी नहीं सुनते. ये भी इशू है. और कहीं ना कहीं मराठी म्यूजिक और मूवीज का इशू ये भी है कि क्या बॉलीवुड ने ओवरशैडो कर लिया है महाराष्ट्र की फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को, कि वो सारे सिनेमा हॉल्स कैप्चर कर लेती है, जो कि साउथ में नहीं हुआ. साउथ में ज्यादातर लोग अपनी फिल्में देखते हैं, वो बॉलीवुड उतना नहीं देखते. तो हमें ये सब इश्यूज भी थोड़ा सा कंसिडर करना चाहिए जब हम भाषा और संस्कृति या क्षेत्रीय संस्कृति की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि मूवीज का प्रभाव तो पड़ता है जब संस्कृति की बात आती है. क्यों आप ड्रेसिंग क्या अडॉप्ट करते हो, पूजा अर्चना क्या करते हो, वो मूवीज के थ्रू एक्सपैंड होता है. ये मेरा पॉइंट था. एंड वो मेरा मेन क्वेश्चन है कि म्यूनिसिपल गवर्नेंस का जो इश्यूज है वो आपको क्या क्या दिखता है, उसका क्या सोल्यूशन हो सकता है?
तो जब कोई म्यूनिसिपल गवर्नेंस का इशू उछालता है कुशल के तरह ये सब से अटेंशन हटाने के लिए या फिर क्रिटिसिज्म हटाने के लिए, मुझे गुस्सा इसीलिए आता है क्योंकि भाई नेचर ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम एग्जैक्ट सेम है. कोई भी बाबू, कोई भी मिनिस्टर या फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे, सिटी लेवल पे कोई भी किसी के बारे में भी जो हम क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं, सबका भोसड़ी के प्रॉब्लम तो एग्जैक्ट सेम है कि उसके ऊपर सब दायित्व है उसको बहुत पावर भी है, उसको लोग पूछते भी है, और उसका जॉब सिक्योरिटी भी है। पॉलिटिशियंस का जॉब सिक्योरिटी नहीं है, मगर इतना कमा लेंगे कि बाकी जिंदगी कुछ करना भी नहीं पड़ेगा। तो नेचर ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम अगर एक है, तो हम क्रिटिसाइज क्यों ना सेम तरीके से करें। तो
मैं
नेचर ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम
मैं
यहाँ पे है जॉब सिक्योरिटी हटा हटा लेते हैं, जॉब
नहीं
सिक्योरिटी हटाओ,
मैं
एक
अपना पॉइंट
टैंजिबल
एक बार
गोल्स दो। या
मैं
गो
एक बार
अहेड।
अपना पॉइंट एक्सप्लेन कर देता हूँ। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि म्यूनिसिपल इश्यूज केवल एक सिटी का प्रॉब्लम है, पूरे भारत में म्यूनिसिपल इश्यूज है।
या
दिस इज स्टेमिंग फ्रॉम द पॉलिसी ऑफ सेंटर। तो मैं इस बात में डिसएग्री करता ही नहीं हूँ। जो कुशल बोलता है वो तो सेंटर गवर्नमेंट का अकाउंटेबिलिटी को हटाने के लिए बोलता है, वो तो बीजेपी का चापलूस है। मैं तो सीधा मानता हूँ वो मोदी जी का चापलूस है, उससे कुछ अपेक्षा करना बेकार है, वो बातों को घुमाएगा। मेरा पॉइंट है इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है म्यूनिसिपल का
सोल्यूशन
गवर्नेंस
तो
का।
हमारे तरफ से एक ही है, सिर्फ क्रिटिसाइज करते रहो। सोल्यूशन जिनको पता है अ, कि मतलब हमको भी आइडियली पता है कि हाँ यही करना है, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी का पावर बढ़ाना है, मेयर को पावरफुल करना है वगैरह, मगर वो हम डायरेक्टली क्यों बोले भाई? हम बोलेंगे तुझे रास्ते में गड्ढा काहे है, या फिर हम भी बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता की तरह डिवोटेड बन जाए और एग्जैक्ट नुआंस ढूंढे कौन सा लॉ लागू होता है, वो लॉ का नाम उठा के ट्विटर पे पोस्ट करे कि देखिए ये लॉ तो बोलता है आपको ये करना चाहिए, आप काहे नहीं कर रहे? तो फिर बोलेगा तो कि मेरे बोलते कि मेरा तो जॉब सिक्योरिटी है, तू लॉ मुझे लॉ का नाम बोल ना बोल मैं करूंगा नहीं। तो मेन प्रॉब्लम है कि क्रिटिसिज्म इनफ नहीं हो रहा है, और उसका जॉब सिक्योरिटी है, ये एक प्रॉब्लम है। एक मिनट मैं थोड़ा हाफ ब्लड प्रिंस को रिस्पॉन्ड करता हूँ। Oh, he's talking about Slevin as well. Okay, I think everyone is missing your larger point. Everyone is fixated on music. The larger point being that, well, yeah, Marathi culture is being diluted, etc. But everywhere the point will be same, like music only, because wherever Marathi culture is being diluted, the location, the spot, the situation we're talking about is something to do with art and culture only. Otherwise, it would not be, it would not exist. That problem would not exist. And the specific example he gave was a very apt one. Yes, and there in the pub situation, we have to fix it on the music because they are not playing the music for a very particular reason. No one has gone
ये
with pure evil intentions from another state to destroy the culture of Maharashtra.
ये पूरी तरह सच नहीं है कि महाराष्ट्र का कल्चर को लोग डिसरिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, नहीं तो फिर कोलकाता में गणेश चतुर्थी नहीं मनता। आज आप गणेश पूजा देखते हैं तो महाराष्ट्र का इन्फ्लुएंस है कोलकाता में।
That's
आप
not because
जितनी
of
जगह,
Bengalis. That's because of non-Bengalis of Kolkata.
वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, पर अब बंगालीज लोग सेलिब्रेट करते हैं ना। मैंने देखा
Yeah.
है गणेश
Bengalis
पूजा
करते हैं।
बंगाली लोग ही पंडाल
और
खड़ा
ऐसा
करते हैं।
तो नहीं है कि
तो
कोलकाता में
ऐसा नहीं है कि
मराठियों ने किया, मारवाड़ीज ने ही किया गणेश पूजा का
मारवाड़ीज ने
एक
किया
सॉर्ट
है,
ऑफ।
वो बॉलीवुड से महाराष्ट्र का कल्चरल इन्फ्लुएंस आया। और हिंदी टीवी इंडस्ट्री में आप देखेंगे तो मराठी और गुजराती का पूरा दबदबा है। अगर हिंदी टेलीविजन इंडस्ट्री में देखेंगे, तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा पूरा
या
गुजराती लोग पे बना था।
राइट।
उन्होंने बस हिंदी का यूज किया कि अपने कल्चर को कैसे बढ़ाए। गुजराती लोग इस विषय में मुझे सबसे अच्छे गुजराती लोग लगते हैं कि वो कभी किसी भाषा का विरोध नहीं करते, हिंदी का भी विरोध नहीं करते, सब चाले उनका सबसे बढ़िया है। जहां पे धंधा मिलेगा वहां करें। इशू ये है कि आपके कल्चर को अपनाया जा रहा है, बट आप आपके कल्चर को मतलब म्यूजिक को इसलिए नहीं अपनाया जा रहा है क्योंकि उसकी पॉपुलैरिटी नहीं। इज दैट द पॉइंट? ये पॉइंट
और
नहीं है
वो
कि वी हेट महाराष्ट्र कल्चर।
वो
इट्स नॉट लाइक पीपल हेट मराठी कल्चर। द पॉइंट इज इट्स नॉट पॉपुलर,
या
इट्स नॉट टेकन। उसका वैल्यू नहीं दिख रहा है, उसका प्रोजेक्शन वैसा नहीं है जैसे साउथ में दिखता है।
या
I'll just make quickly address. Okay, the point was about
हाँ
the larger feeling of your culture being undermined. Okay, the point is not being they saying okay we the policy of not playing the language music in which your establishment is present. That incensed me. Okay, the second part is the smug smile and the
या
condescending tone in which he said that, oh, we don't play
या
Marathi music. You get
या
that? That's
या
disrespect. And that hurts. And
एब्सोल्युटली।
that stings. So the point was about the culture and that being undermined. That was just an example. It can be anything else. I get your point about economics and all that. But you don't need economics to be respectful of other people's culture and
या
where your establishment is. That is the
या
limited point I was trying to make.
I have a
या
And
question.
the point about just 1 second, let me finish. the point about Marathi culture being in other states, I have no problem with like other cultures or whatever. There should be crossbreeding of, because I found this very interesting thing about like how all of us, when we go in a new house, the thing where you boil the milk and like boil and it has to sort of spill over, that is part of in South India. I recently found it, so that was fascinating. Good. This is example of how culture, we are still binded together by some common things, even though you are from Bengal, South, Maharashtra, in West, whatever. So now I just want to quickly make a point. Like, let's talk about the urban thing more. Okay, the urban mess. Now you said thing about Mumbai is still an island city, so it is connected by bridges, 4 or 5 of them. The latest one was the I think Atal Setu or something, which is like Navi Mumbai to 22-kilometer long one they've built.
That's
So
it.
yeah, so like so there is still constraint on space on the main sort of island, where there is now the place where I stay, Thane. All the big builders are coming over there. It is not officially part of Mumbai. Thane is a separate district, but it is still, as you're saying, city is expanding. Now people consider Thane, it's Mumbai only, that sort of thing. Even though technically I am from a separate district, my district is different. So that fits into your point. Now that's what I'm saying. Now Navi Mumbai, they're trying to build more, but we need more cities. I'm saying, like, Pune has to expand more, but like more. And like I'm telling about the metro line, Metro Line 4, which goes from Thane to this Vadala. Okay, they're building for 10 years. I'll tell you one interesting thing. If you go to MMRD's website, they will show you percentages of how much it is complete. 1 year back, I check it because I'm like interested in it. One time, the percentage reduced. I don't know how this magic happens. So I'm thinking there must be some ulta sida business going on. How is it is 70% complete, and like 8 months later, 12 months they didn't update the site. But after that, there was like a 5 or 10% decline in work progress. I don't know what Gold Bengal they did over there. The contracts were based on amount of time work. If you place it on amount of like hours work, they will drag on for years only. The more time they like take to build it, more they get paid. Your incentive structure is only wrong. Last point, I'm finishing. Now what they've done is they made heavy penalties on my line, Mumbai line Metro 4. They made heavy penalties for contractors if the labor supply is less than 50% or 25%, they have to pay like 1 lakh or 2 lakh per day. Okay. Now what has happened is they're flying laborers by airplane, because it's so. This is how you fix the problem, right? If you structure the contract rightly, then the contractors are doing the job. Now they're flying in labor if they have to, so that they don't have to. So your policy was only wrong, na? Like initially. That is my point. Like, we need to have better like planning of these metros and core infrastructure, build more cities. That's it. Thank you for listening, everyone, to my ranting, and I'll stop. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Slevin. I do have one response to Slevin, and then we can get back to whoever the host of this podcast wants, which I am not. I keep forgetting. So the specific situation you mentioned, he's nonchalantly and rudely saying that यहाँ पे मराठी म्यूजिक नहीं बजा. ये तो सुन के मुझको ही गुस्सा आ रहा है. Me being a fan of Marathi culture and Ajay Atul, Savarkar, everyone. And I know this happens. I have faced this from Nepalis when I went to study in North Bengal. It's in West Bengal. They are pretending like I'm a foreigner. And that's when, for the first time, I became proud to be Bengali, because I was just being hated for being Bengali. Now, here, there are two solutions when that situation happens. A, you can slap him, or being 20 goons from MNS and say that ab to aakhri din hai tumhare pub ka. And then the pub shuts down and Marathi people lose their jobs in that pub.
Sorry.
Yes, exactly. But you must not do that, because the Marathi people inside that pub will lose their jobs. But more importantly, there are recourses inside the free market situation itself. You can complain to his boss, leave a bad review. You can badmouth the fuck out of that pub. and your job will be done. That guy the next time won't say that thing rudely, or probably will end up actually playing Marathi music for a while, and then maybe we'll stop after a month because the economics just doesn't support it. So if we are discussing a free market situation, there are recourses inside the free market system. Okay, now whoever, up to the host of the podcast.
Can I jump in here? Sorry, Ananda, go ahead. You've been waiting for a while. I'll jump in after this.
Anand, congratulations on the very Hindu mustache, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. My sister hates it.
Yeah.
She's
Okay,
like, when the hell is it?
show her
Face?
my face.
Okay, so first thing, let me take the pub thing. It's a very interesting sociological discussion. See, the first thing about culture is culture rises and falls based on popularity, or ways that society builds that popularity. Like if you take a lot of the regional languages in Karnataka, they have been wiped out. In Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and some other places, they've been wiped out because of the popularity of one language called Kannada or Tamil. Sen Tamil, as they say. So you can't, the local language cannot say, you oppressed me and you stopped listening to my version of the song, and that's why it got wiped out. If you want to maintain your language, you got to make it popular. You got to make it vibe with the people. So, for example, this pub issue, the reason it is looked down upon is because you have not made it cool the way they are perceiving an English song or Hindi song or a Punjabi song to be cool, right? There's a reason why the most watched songs on YouTube are Punjabi songs over even Hindi songs. When Punjabis are like a small percentage of the population of India, because they've made it a vibe with everyone in the world, including people in UK, people in the US, like, right? Like Daler Mehendi literally is like Tararara is like everywhere. Like you go there in the world, you like see this will be played. So that is what the task is. Instead of perceiving it as a pressure, you say, okay, what can I do to make like Marathi music really cool and really popular around the world, right? So maybe bring Lavani to the world, bring it, like push actively. So if you're a diaspora Marathi person, then you organize Lavani shows or organize Marathi music somewhere in the world, and this is what my music is. Please listen to it. You heard Punjabi music, now hear this as well. Same thing with food and stuff. The second thing is about urban decay, as I call it. I think we're missing the problem. We're missing the fundamental problem in India. And this is an Indian problem. It is not a government problem. It is the idea that we don't attribute problems with where it's the sources. So, for example, when you have a horrible state budget, we don't say state is doing a horrible job at running the budget. We're like, why is the center not giving more funds? That's the immediate reaction. You never hold your people to account. Okay, is the spending in the state valuable? What are they doing with the finances? Are they balancing their budget? Are they even trying to balance their budget? You don't ask those questions. Same thing at local, and I don't agree with that. I think Aryan said that. He said that Kushal is just a kiss ass of the BJP. I do, to some level, I do agree that he does toe the BJP line, but this point is very clear. We do not hold our local governments to account. We don't. We just don't. We don't care. We don't bother. I have seen the behavior of people. They rather take a private solution, like hire a private trash collector, then go and mob the local corporation representative. Say, why is my trash not cleared? No one does it. Takes that work. Takes the effort. Do they make a post about their local corporator? Have you seen one citizen put a post of their corporator, his office, and his bad behavior? Never. It's very rare. It's like 1 in a million you'll find. But everyone talks about Modi and how Modi does horrible things. Like, that's my point. My point is we care about again, this hero-ship shit. No, that like this one leader everyone run towards. And the last thing is, again, I will tell you specifically about Bangalore. Bangalore was a well-planned, well-spaced city. Then the locals started selling their land like mad. They're like, I want to make quick money, quick bucks. They sold to anyone who buy the land. And the politicians nicely cut up all the pieces and like put small houses and sold land like crazy. And so
they filled up all the water bodies, all ancient ponds and stuff, and made random buildings. That's just like it's happening in West Bengal.
And you have to blame the local, because the local is the one who sold the land, remember, for his own benefit. And after the problem starts, then they're like, oh, how dare you? Why are these immigrants coming? You sold the land. Take some responsibility. So fundamentally, Bharatiyas need to take responsibility for their actions at a citizen level. Until
that cannot happen. That cannot happen unless. Yeah, that's not going to happen in our lifetimes unless Gandhiism, slave morality itself becomes a thing looked down
That is
upon.
my fundamental criticism of the BJP. They did not create a cultural change in people saying, take responsibility for one's actions, then you take then you criticize the government for the actions they did not do. Because
Anand, conservatives inherently cannot ever do that because their entire claim is that we are good the way we are. We just need to get back to a little bit of a past so that we can get better.
That's my opinion.
I have a point here. Because
one moment. I just have one thing to add on the Kushal issue as well. So Anand, here the debate should be ideally between whether you are criticizing the guy who is in power in the city corporation as much as you are criticizing the party in power in center or not. The debate that is, I think, a legit debate. People who are talking about, let's say, bad roads in Kolkata should not tag Narendra Modi. They should tag Bobby Hakim, the mayor. But the debate cannot be between whether you went and knocked on the doors of the politician or not. Because even when we are criticizing BJP on Twitter, none of us are going to the offices of Narendra Modi and saying that why did you do this? So why should we go to the offices of only the corporation guys or the mayor? What's this obsession with being there in person? Why shouldn't Twitter be my avenue?
No, that's fine. The avenue you're saying is fine, but I'm saying is people don't even take that step. So, for example, if an issue is so bad that it is not being done even via social media or not being done via letters, if you don't take that step to go and first figure out the corporator and what he is doing in your locality, and you're like, I don't care, I'm going to be apathetic towards it, and then you jump straight to the highest level, then you are literally being a part of the problem. You're like, okay, you have the ability to raise your voice, but you raise your voice to the wrong place, to the place that cannot take the action on that particular thing.
There's a little go ahead.
No, that's my point.
Okay, there was a little percentage of, I think, unfairness in your criticism here also, because, and in the Kushal way of thinking here, that everyone who is criticizing the roads of the country and then blaming it on Narendra Modi is not really blaming a particular political party or a politician even all the time. They are just lamenting out loud that what the fuck is wrong with my country? I'm paying so much taxes, and then it's not happening.
No, I'm confused. So you're saying the people are lamenting in general? Is that your your
yeah, it's just a lamenting out loud of, see, I'm paying so much taxes, and in the end I get this road. They're not saying why did Narendra Modi build this bad road, or why didn't Narendra Modi fix this road.
But even that is a short. I mean, it's not a clear thought out, because think about it. Your taxes you're paying are not paying only for your road. They're paying for a multitude of other billions of other things that are happening in the country.
Yeah,
right.
Freebies,
part of them are going to the state.
Bad government schools, bad roads, all of that.
Exactly, and you still, for example, you may be the socialist. Like many of the people who are lamenting this shit are actually socialists. They're like, I will save the poor kids. But you're like, I will not. My taxes should not go to saving the poor kids. Someone else's taxes should go to saving the poor kids. That's a fundamental problem with a lot of people.
Socialism for mine, not mine. जो भी हो, मैं क्योंकि आनंद ने मेरी बात पर बोला तो मैं भी बोल देता हूँ अपनी तरफ से. I am not criticizing Narendra Modi. I am criticizing a system which does not make government employees accountable. And this is not restricted to a particular state or a city. This is an Indian problem, which stems from a system like UPSC. Right? कि आपका जॉब नहीं जाएगा इनकॉम्पिटेंस के लिए, आप जो भी करो. यूपीएससी या कोई भी गवर्नमेंट का जो एग्जाम्स होता है वो ऐसा ही होता है. तो वो सिस्टम पे कोई काम नहीं हो रहा है तो उसका एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन बाहर है. अब वो सिस्टम तो सेंटर से ही आ रहा है. तो वो एक पॉइंट था. मैं आनंद की बात से सहमत हूँ कि आप स्टेट के भी लोगों को बोलिए, अपने लोकल लीडर्स को बोलिए, मैं उसके विरुद्ध नहीं हूँ, पर एक सिस्टमिक इशू भी है. और कुशल मेहरा क्या करते हैं ना, ये सिस्टमिक इशू को एड्रेस नहीं करने देते क्योंकि बात जाएगी मोदी पर. तो मैं इसीलिए उसका खिंचाई करता. दूसरा पॉइंट जो भाषा के विषय में बोला कि मराठी को कूल बनाओ. अब देखिए पंजाबी कैसे कूल बना. इफ पीपल डोंट अंडरस्टैंड.
हाँ, वो ड्रग मनी के वजह से कूल बना है भाई. उतना भी कूल नहीं बनाना है मराठी म्यूजिक को.
नहीं, ड्रग मनी तो है, पर और एक बात है कि बॉलीवुड के जो कंट्रोल करते हैं दे आर मोस्ट ऑफ देम पंजाबी. करण जौहर इज अ पंजाबी, यशराज चोपड़ा वाज अ पंजाबी. तो उनको वो म्यूजिक समझ में आता है, सो दे स्टार्टेड इनकॉर्पोरेटिंग इन दैट फिल्म. दिलवाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे वाज बेस्ड ऑन अ पंजाबी फैमिली. तो जो पावर में होंगे वो अपना कल्चर लाएंगे. मराठी
It's very
कहाँ
weird.
है?
There are so many Marathis in the Bollywood industry who have never really highlighted Marathi culture all
But
that much.
they are not in the position of power. That's the point. आप टीवी इंडस्ट्री में देखिए मराठी और गुजराती को, वहां पे उनका दम दिखेगा. हिंदी टीवी इंडस्ट्री में ज्यादातर फैमिलीज जो दिखाएंगे वो गुजराती फैमिली होगी या मराठी फैमिली होगी, उसमें मराठी म्यूजिक होगा. जैसे तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा का मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूँ. उसमें फैमिलीज मराठी थी, सॉरी गुजराती थी जो मेन फैमिली थी. उसका जो बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक था सब मराठी, वो जो गणेश चतुर्थी में बजता वो है, राइट. पर
It's the same reason why.
उसका स्टेटस बॉलीवुड जितना नहीं.
It's the
बॉलीवुड का
same reason why
स्टेटस
5%. Sorry, Abhishek sir.
हाँ, तो बात ये है कि आपको कोई भी कल्चर को फैलाना है ना, तो यू हैव टू यूज द इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स ऑफ पावर फॉर इट्स डिसेमिनेशन. कि लोगों को लगे कि ये कल्चर इज एसोसिएटेड विद पावर.
Yes, यही प्रॉब्लम है. And with the existing structures of power, ऐसा कल्पना नहीं कर लेना है कि हम रिप्लेस कर देंगे. हाँ, go ahead.
There is one example that's contrary to this, though. If you take Punjabi rap in the UK, it is not one of power. They didn't have power at the beginning. When they started off, they were of so-called, like, they just were building up. They fought against the what do you call, trend of power. So
Anand.
Yeah.
And then that's hardly a distance from power, because they were aligning themselves with the black movement, which was pretty powerful. Being the biggest guy to say fuck you to power is also powerful.
But that's my point. My point is you align yourself with that counterculture. The same way, if you want to build your, like, same thing with Tamil music as well, right? Wherever it is done well, it is aligned itself with some counterculture or some change of culture. The second thing I wanted to mention about him, yes, the Babu is a systemic problem, but there is not a Modi problem. Modi is just continuing the problem. So we have to criticize the entire system as a whole. It's not just the Modi or BJP.
I agree. I agree. There is no disagreement there. और मुझे लगता है पंजाबी म्यूजिक जो आप यूके की बात करें फेमस हुआ है, आई थिंक बॉलीवुड हैज सम इन्फ्लुएंस ऑन द डायस्पोरा. यूके में जो डायस्पोरा है उसमें बॉलीवुड का इन्फ्लुएंस रहता है, तो उसमें पंजाबी म्यूजिक गया होगा तो वहाँ डायस्पोरा में पहले फेमस हुआ होगा, फिर धीरे धीरे दूसरे लोगों में हुआ होगा तो हुआ होगा. मे बी दैट इज ऑल्सो अ रीजन.
हाँ, अब उसमें I'll just add one thing. You are not entirely looking at the situation, because बॉलीवुड ने जो टाइप का पंजाबी म्यूजिक प्रमोट किया था वो उन लोगों तक फेमस हो गया था जो कि 80s 90s में ही चले गए. मगर एक मतलब पैरेलल इंडी म्यूजिक सीन में भी पंजाबी रैपर्स एंड हिप हॉप म्यूजिक प्रोड्यूसर्स, दे केप्ट वर्किंग इन टैंडम इवन व्हेन दैट जॉनर वाज नॉट बीइंग प्रमोटेड बाय बॉलीवुड. दैट वाज डन जस्ट विद देयर कोलैबोरेशन विद ब्लैक पीपल. So it was not only Bollywood who did it. That's all.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Punjabis have worked in Bollywood, so people already knew their faces also.
See, let me give you one example of very Marathi inspired music that's really maybe not as big as Bhangra rap, but still very big. It's Gali rap, Mumbai Gali rap.
Exactly.
It's because of the same reason.
उतना कुल नहीं करना है कि मतलब हर एस्पेक्ट ऑफ मराठी कल्चर हर इंडियन के दिमाग में इक्वली फेमस काहे नहीं है. बोसी के वो गोल खेलने जाओगे तो मराठी कल्चर के लौड़े लगने वाले हैं. वो मत करो मराठियों.
I think Mumbai street culture is quite popular. If that is considered to be a part of Marathi heritage, Mumbai street culture is quite popular. Emiwe Bantai and all these people have quite made Marathi, but I mean Mumbai street culture very famous.
No, that's my point. But you notice that again, it is not you. It is, if you ask any random person who doesn't understand this particular thing that Rishabh and Aryan said, they would not know it's Marathi culture. They would think it is Hindi culture. it is marketed as Hindi culture. It is not marketed as Marathi. Like any random person outside of that place will like, oh, these Hindi rap songs or Indian rap songs. You have to market it in that way to make like okay, and then you associate that thing with. I'll give an example. Like Prabhu Deva, right? Prabhu Deva, like you look at what A.R. Rahman has done. A.R. Rahman has made Tamil music and its tunes eminently interested to basically copyright and put into Hindi songs or put in other song, right? It starts over as Tamil song and it becomes other songs.
एग्जैक्टली एंड इतना है कि जो एग्जांपल तुम स्ट्रीट रैप के बारे में दे रहे हो, स्ट्रीट रैप के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, वो एग्जैक्ट सेम सिचुएशन तमिल में इंडस्ट्री में भी है. तो आज अगर बाकी इंडिया के किसी आदमी को हम एमएम कीरावानी या फिर हैरिस जयराज का म्यूजिक सुना है, वो उसको लगता है कि नहीं ये रमन का ही म्यूजिक होगा, साउथ से है तो रमन का ही होगा.
एंड आनंद, वन पॉइंट, सी वैसे ही करके तो मार्केट करना होगा. लाइक इफ यू, व्हाई इज हनुमान काइंड सो फेमस राइट नाउ in the entire world? Because he brought Indian tones. First, he started with the pehla wala tha uska, with the circus and the cards. I'm forgetting the name. It was not so Indian, but uska jo ye second wala aaya, that had much more dharmic undertones, right? You have to ease people in. Gully rap is doing that. It has definite Marathi-inspired music. Not exactly Marathi, but Mumbai is also controversial take, but Mumbai is also not a exactly Marathi culture. It's a little divergent from your Pune Marathi culture, for example. Okay, so or Marathwada culture. So it's how you ease people in, and you have to market it in such a way that it becomes acceptable to most people. Like let me give you an example. Why is Hindi considered the spiritual successor of Sanskrit? It's not. Bangla is much closer to Sanskrit than Hindi is. No one knows that. No one knows that. बट एवरीवन थिंक्स कि ये पर्सनाइज्ड फारसी, आधा फारसी भाषा जो हम लोग बात करें, ये दिस इज वेरी क्लोज टू द लैंग्वेज ऑफ द वेदास. It's that happened because that is how Hindi has been marketed, first by the Islamic invaders, then by the British, then by the government of India itself. So you have to market it in a way कि you ease people into it. अगर तुम एक साथ किसी random आदमी who's never heard a word of Marathi उसको तामड़ी चामड़ी चला दोगे उसके सामने, he'll be like, what the hell is this? But if you ease them into it and they understand the beats, they develop a taste for it, they will really like it. So it's something that everyone has to do. Like I'll speak for myself as an Agarwal. Marwadi music, no one listens to it. And why is the reason? What's the reason for that? हम लोग भी नहीं सुनते. क्यों? क्योंकि ये लोग केसरिया बालम लाल पीली अखियां पे रह गए. Rapariya Balam is now doing something, ठीक है, but अभी it's too little, too late. Maybe not too late, but it's too little. So it's something that a lot of Indian languages have to understand. You have to make yourself marketable. You cannot be academic about it. You have to understand the markets and you have to act on it. That is why Punjab dominates Indian culture.
I think in this aspect, Haryanvis have done a great job in marketing their language
Yes.
to music. Haryanvis have turned the tables around.
हाँ, ये हर भाषा, हर गाना में अपना जाट जाट जट्टा जट्टा करते हैं. No one cares, no one minds, no one has a problem with that, very overt casteism, because music is fun.
So it's interesting. I think since Niranjan likes to talk about music, if you look at old Kannada songs, right? You listen to Kannada songs; they're very beautiful, very musically, very beautiful, like intricate. Okay, and for a period of time, they were well known in the so-called South Indian music industry. Then slowly it just disappeared. Like literally, like people didn't look at Kannada songs in a significant way. They started looking at Telugu songs and some Malayalam songs and mostly Tamil and Telugu songs, right? Then suddenly Kantara comes back and it brings that pride of Kannada music like roaring back, like one crazy. Because those tunes in that movie was so good that the entire country stood up and took notice. But if you look at old Kannada songs, they had that intricacy, that beautiful melody, and then using instruments in really interesting ways. It had that. So it's about how does the artist project the region's music in its best foot and put it forward for the entire society to see. That is what we miss frequently when these discussions happen. And I do feel at some level modernity is affecting the younger generation. The younger generation sees modernity as westernization, not as developing your own culture, but modernizing it. That's the problem fundamentally. And artists have, to me, a lot of artists. There's some really good South Indian artists. Right? I went to my cousin's what do you call it band performance. The entire festival was going on in Bangalore, and I was hearing. I don't know if you heard of Chinmayi. You heard of Chinmayi? Chinmayi's work. She was performing. I was like, wow, that's phenomenal. Like new stuff she's doing. So I mean, the bands are doing some great work right now. They're trying all kinds of interesting things, and that's true modernization, bringing your culture forward with new tunes. That's my opinion.
Polymerist Singh, Ulidavadu Kandanthe started that everyone just talks about Kantara. I think Kantara pushed it over there because I was not interested in Kannada culture or Kannada music before Kantara ever. And I think B. Ajnish Loknath is in a way the Hans Zimmer of India, not because of the genres, but he actually operates like Hans Zimmer. And I think probably does the best job of doing music the way Hans Zimmer does, because Hans Zimmer is not just about heavy, powerful orchestration. Let's say if you had to describe Hans Zimmer in 3 sentences, in 3 aspects of Hans Zimmer, one would be that yes, he makes heavy, powerful orchestral music and stuff. But the other 2 factors are he makes very, very, very catchy, memorable core melodies, which are then elaborately arranged into different pieces for the entire movie. The other thing is whatever movie he's doing, the theme of the movie or the whatever region is being discussed in the movie, that will be the core topic, let's say even the core theme of the way he's going to do the background music even. Okay, like right now, if he does a movie, he does Gladiator. There's one instrument playing during that famous female vocal song in Gladiator, which is called a hammer dulcimer, which is exactly how santur operates. It's just shorter than santur. It's called hammer dulcimer. It's played with a hammer. Now, why? Because that's the region that's going to be depicted in the movie, and that was in under the Roman Empire, etc. Okay. Now, see here, B. Ajnish Loknath has done exactly that with Kantara. He has created catchy melodies for all the separate background score pieces, all the songs. All of their separately memorable small pieces which you can sing along. You can't sing along the entire piece, but you can sing along. Hey, you can sing out the background score of an entire movie in Kantara. That these things are unprecedented in India. Now, the other thing is, B.S. Loknath is also maintaining the sound of that place. He did not go complete Puritan, this is proper Kannada music, nor did he go complete Bohurupi, which is my only biggest disappointment with Bohurupi, which kind of tried to follow the Kantara path in one way, which was show Bengal's folk culture. That's the way to do Kantara these days, obviously, in every state. Just show some Bohurupis or people who worship gods and have face paint all over their body. Now every culture is trying to show that. Every state is trying to do that. But they didn't understand what made Kantara work. One of the things that made Kantara work was the background score and the sound and the genre of the songs. In Bohurupi, the background score is just out of a random PUBG video game, highly action-packed and stuff. 100% Western and a bit of whistling and mouth organ, which I can't stand for some reason. And why did they do that? Why should they? How stupid did they have to be to do that? That's when you think Hans Zimmer is famous only because he does heavy orchestrations, bro. No, Bohurupi should have done things like B. Ajnish Loknath. Oh yeah, also, I had to answer to Nandish. Yes, Nandish, I saw the Kantara 2 motion poster because the Bengali dubbing for it was done in my friend's studio, where the Bengali dubbing for the teaser also came, and I did the translation for the Kantara 2 teaser. And so hopefully, keeping my fingers crossed, the entire movie's dubbing will come to my friend's studio. Hopefully I'll do some voices and I'll get to see the entire movie and know the spoilers and stuff before anybody in the country. Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
Ananda, if it's all right with you, can I just make one quick point about infrastructure before we go fully into music, and then I'll drop off. Thanks. So one last point I have to make, and this is something that it is going to be in my opinion, the biggest blocker to continuing our growth post maybe 2029. There are a lot of problems with how we are approaching urbanization, even in the conversation we are having over here. We'll have to be realistic about a few things. India में अच्छे roads करते रहो कोशिश, adjust कर लो.
Very frankly, जो हो पा रहा है अभी वो करो, जितना हो पा रहा है. No one has the time, no one has the energy today कि 9 to 5 जॉब करो. हमारा 9 to 5 होता नहीं, हमारा 9 to 9 जॉब होता है. उसके बाद सैटरडे संडे अपना ग्रोसरी शॉपिंग की जगह जाके कॉर्पोरेटर का दिमाग खाओ. कॉर्पोरेटर भी 2 मुक्का मार के तुम्हारे को निकाल देगा. तो फोकस ऑन व्हाट यू कैन डू. एटलीस्ट पक्के रोड्स बनवा दो. हाउ टू see, it's not like Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Bangalore में कोई बहुत अच्छे रास्ते हैं. We don't need, the best expressways in Bhiwandi or wherever, right? Just get stuff to a point where we can flush our toilets and we get electricity. Let people move out for now. As things develop, things will develop. I am using another Calcutta example because that is the city I'm most familiar with. Look at Newtown 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Look at Newtown today. Jaisa bhi hai, it's much better today than it was back then. Things develop automatically even when there is massive opposition to the same. Because economics is a force of nature. I'm just saying lean into it. Greenfield new cities. Do you want to spend 1 lakh crore on the off chance के यहाँ पे 4 industries आ जाएंगे, 4 corporates आ जाएंगे, and people who are earning 20 lakhs per annum are going to leave their Mumbai nightlife and they're going to move there into the middle of nowhere in जहाँ पे 2 साल पहले एक जंगल था, अभी भी wild animals are roaming there. That's not going to happen. Urbanization has always happened in patterns. It has almost never worked that you've done random urbanization somewhere. Even Chandigarh is not that big a city compared to other Indian cities. It's never happened. You have to focus on the current urban centers you have, and you have to make sure कि अभी जो expansion हो रहा है, that happens in a way that is going to be sustainable for economic growth. Otherwise you're going to waste lakhs upon lakhs of crores in the coming decade, and you will get very little in return for it. And this is a conversation no one is having across the economic spectrum. मुझे एक right wing, left wing, centrist, economist, intellectual कोई नहीं मिला है जो ये बोल रहा है. And this is something that we will really, really have to work towards. It's scary. This is more than anything else. Caste divide, language divide, सब solve हो जाएगा if we give everyone the proper quality of life and their own private space.
No, see, I partially disagree and disagree with you, but you have one example of a good, satellite city is Electronic City in Bangalore. So you go southeast of Bangalore, there's something called Electronic City. It's an extremely well-developed city, and it basically was to take over the extra people who come from Bangalore. And it's doing a really good job. It's well developed. The second thing is, you see,
or Secunderabad for that matter, but that is my larger point. Satellite cities, it's still attached to Bangalore.
No, I get it, but the ultimate, if you look at Indian settlement development, we don't develop in the way Westerners develop. They develop scattered, so they live far from one another. They don't build along. For example, if you look at multiple urban planning, like in many parts of the world, the cities develop along rivers. They develop in small sections around intersections of roads. Historically, Indians have lived along roads, like just sprawl along the roads, lengthwise. So if you look at all our villages, they tend to be like this. They rarely form like a cluster around the center, and they rarely form like this far apart. So the reason why we have so much congestion is because all our cities have grown like this. And the more roads we add, the more congestion happens, because we just grow along, we just build more houses along the road. The problem fundamentally is when you have a city and you're allowing for immigrants to come into your city, you have to be prepared in advance. You can't be like, oh, they arrived, then you start planning. The problem is they've always planned after people have arrived. And this is not going to sustain. You're right about that. No one's talking about this because it's not vote getting. Because you talk to a citizen, you say, this is what I'm planning to do. They're like, I don't care. You do the planning. I don't care. See, that's my point. No, it's a double-edged sword. You saying, I want just mujhe ghar do, mujhe pani do. If you have that attitude as a citizen, and enough people have an attitude as a citizen, it's never going to become a vote issue. You have to push it to become a vote issue. You start pushing your fellow citizens. Like that's the reason we want to bring. And I think someone mentioned this, that I think who was it earlier? He said that libertarianism cannot happen because of the same concept. Because we are not libertarian in our ideation. The citizens in India have not been exposed to libertarianism. I'm telling you, if we had a party, like that's why I appreciate the Libertarian Party. If they bring it to the youngsters, they start spreading it and expose the ideas to youngsters, I think the next generation will pick it up. But we're not exposed to it. We're flooded with socialist ideas on a regular basis. And no matter what you do, how good an idea is, if it's flooded with other ideas. So, for example, there's a psychological test, right? In a table, there are 10 people sitting around, and everyone has a tall straw, and you're the only one with a short straw, right? And if everyone says that your straw is a tall straw, is a tall straw, even though you know it's a short straw, you'll still say it's a tall straw because you want to be part of the group. And this is what has been happening in society, in India especially. Everyone says socialism is good, socialism is good, socialism is good. You're like, I can't say anything but socialism is good, even though I know otherwise. So we need to change the dynamic. We can't just accept the dynamic as it's been for so long. I understand why you think, give me this one thing, but we need to change the dynamic, and we have to push it. Only we can do it. People will discuss these things.
Ananda,
इसका
Anand, wait away. Good.
तो मैं एक छोटा सा पॉइंट बोल देता हूँ। ये जो सिटी का इशू है, अंत में इसका समाधान लिबर्टेरियनिज्म ही है। आपको दूसरे सिटीज यदि ऑर्गेनिकली डेवलप करने हैं, तो हमारे सरकार ने जो एमएसएमई पर इतना टैक्स थोप रखा है और बाबुओं का इतना प्रकोप थोप रखा है, उसको आपको हटाना पड़ेगा। देन पीपल विल बिल्ड स्मॉल बिजनेसेस, दे विल ग्रो दोज बिजनेसेस, एंड दैट विल बिकम अ बिग सिटी बिजनेस हब काइंड ऑफ। तो अंत में लिबर्टेरियनिज्म ही मार्ग है, और कोई मार्ग नहीं है आपके पास। सरकार को आप बोलेंगे रोड्स बना दो, अलग से सिटी बना दो, कुछ नहीं होने वाला। वो चाइना के जैसा हो जाएगा कि घोस्ट टाउन वैसा हो जाएगा।
Yeah, I
वैसा
don't
हो
disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. That's why I keep saying, economics is a force of nature. You will have to flow with that. That is, I guess, one of the core tenets of libertarianism. Where I'm disagreeing with you is on, realistic timelines over here is the only thing I guess. Because jab tak ye hoga na, see, one thing that Indians don't understand is the USA at its inception was a wealthy country. पैसा उनके पास हमेशा से था. They had a proper middle class in 1776. India did not. We are now at 2.5 lakhs per capita income abhi. So the realities of India and the realities of the West are sort of different. Go ahead.
You miss a very important point. They have a large poverty-stricken population as well. Do not forget. They had a very slim elite. They had a reasonable large middle class and an extremely large poor base. The poor base did everything. Like literally, they will live in the most shit. If you read about the Gilded Age, it is horrible. Even today's poor people don't live like that. Like,
Yeah, America was built on the backs of slavery. Se pehle hi, white people were working as hard as slaves.
Yes,
Sure,
Italians,
Ananda.
Irishmen, everyone. Like horrible.
Ananda, good. Thanks. I'll respond with a joke. There's this joke that when the American revolutionaries went to the British king and said, "We want certain liberties and rights, and we want a say in your parliament." The British king responded by saying, "बेंचो था लंदन में बैठे हुए लोगों को कोई rights नहीं है, तुम्हें क्या चाहिए? तुम्हें क्यों दूं?" See, it's like that. Sure, it was very poor, but it was not below the average global standards of the day in relative terms. India is much below the average global standards of the day today. अब गरीब देश में I understand, but high philosophy and high economic theory also will not work that well until it's a unfortunate reality. I am also a right-wing capitalist. The only thing that makes me pessimistic is about and it's the same thing as why rice bags exist, right? जब एकदम मैस्लो हायरार्की के बेसिक में हो तुम, you can't think about self actualization. We can, but a lot of this country cannot, और उनको लेके चलना पड़ेगा in a democratic setup. So we have to wait. It's not very far off. Within our lifetimes, we will reach, say $10,000-12,000 per capita. We'll get to a Mexico level, which will make us very wealthy because of our ability to consume in large numbers overall. Because like India ka per capita income today is like sub-Saharan Africa, but there's no sub-Saharan Africa with AIMS and ISRO. So on those relative terms, even a $12,000 will make us very wealthy. But until we get to that point, people will vote on their more baser instinct. It's the same thing as casteism, it's the same thing as conversion, it's the same thing as socialism. It's a long journey. If we don't act right now on other issues, circumvent this long-winded libertarian route and work on this urbanization issue right now, this will be an additional fault line, and it will play out in terms of regional language divide. It will play out in terms of cultural divides within our urban areas, and it will be the caste divide of the urban area. And this is a situation we will have to avoid.
I have a point to make. After that, Ananda can go. Go ahead. मेरा point है कि at the end of the day हमारी जो अभी भी issue है ना, that is paucity of time. क्योंकि अब हमारा क्या है कि population peak कर जाएगा आपके 47 में या 50 में. उसके बाद हमारी fertility rates की तो लगी पड़ी है, और जो laws है और जिस प्रकार से पुरुषों की बैंड बजी पड़ी है, तो कंज्यूमरिज्म भी गया खड्डे में. तो उस समय तक क्या हम डेवलप कर सकते हैं? अब हम लिबर्टेरियनिज्म आने का वेट करें और वो ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ का वेट करें? क्या हम उस समय तक विकसित देश हो जाएंगे जब तक हमारे पॉपुलेशन का गिरावट आरंभ हो जाए? अभी लड़ाई
यही एक्चुअली मैं बोलने ही वाला था कि just like let's say the BJP apologizers here in our amidst among us, those people are saying that no, you can't say that, oh, technology would have taken its course anyway and UPI would have happened anyway. I'm saying in that same light, in that same way, that you can't say that, yeah, we'll reach $10,000 GDP anyway someday. No, you won't. Africa did not manage even after all these years, and they still blame colonization. You also won't reach unless you do libertarianism kind of things. It's not happening. Just with going with the flow of socialism, it won't happen. We will forever be doomed to be a poor country, especially after our population is not a benefit anymore. We're going to get fucked.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just being pessimistic about it. I don't see it going any other way. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it's just the necessary thing. I'm not very confident that we'll be able to turn ourselves around in time. Very frankly.
I agree there. I agree with your pessimism.
I'm an eternal optimist, so I cannot be pessimistic.
At least Africa has a young population. India won't even have that. क्योंकि हमारा इशू क्या है ना कि हम अफ्रीका गरीब है पर वोक नहीं है, पर इंडिया गरीब है और महावोक है, वेस्ट से भी ज्यादा वोक उसका सिस्टम. तो अपने तो लगेंगे, उसका कोई समाधान नहीं है यदि हम रेडिकल रिफॉर्म्स नहीं लाए अपना थिंकिंग और पॉलिसी मेकिंग में, जो कि मुझे नहीं लगता कभी होने वाला इंडिया में.
So
I am also very pessimistic about it.
I'm very optimistic, and I'm optimistic because I've seen a lot of younger generation people extremely they're thinking about things more than the generation before mine. So I've seen three generations. I've seen the older generation, I've seen my generation, and seen youngest people, and I'm seeing a radical shift in the way they think about things. Right, they are seeing way more options open to them, and I'm very optimistic. But I wanted to bring a point back to the earlier discussion about reservation and why I think the majority of our political class are very short-sighted about reservation. Right? They think that reservation is a tool for growth, but we are missing one very important thing. Why are urban spaces so low on the caste divide thing? It's because in urban spaces there is consistency in reasonable consistency in law enforcement or in social services. When does one abandon caste identity as a support system? When the state or the region or the state services are consistent, like you don't have to worry about running to your caste for protection when the state can provide you protection, food, like social security, food security, those kind of things. So if BJP really wants to fix caste issues, they should work on building a safe and consistent state where across the country the state works consistently. It's not mishmash. It's not, like some places you get services, some places you don't get services. But then that means that each region will define their caste hierarchy based on who get access to those services, who can control those services. So if they really want to fix the thing, they have to do that. Reservation will not fix that. It's going to new forms of caste hierarchy will start.
Yeah, of course. Just like yesterday, Anand, I don't know if you follow me on Twitter or not. Yesterday, I posted a clip, just an image of one page. Okay, it was shared by one of our frequent Bengali podcast guests, Rudra Prashanno Banerjee, who's a geneticist in Texas. No, he has done some English podcasts as well. He posted this. There's a guy with a Banerjee surname who has written ST and gotten and found out, hunted down an ST certificate for a particular West Bengal government job. So those incentive structures that we have been talking about in our caste discussions, that's exactly happening. We know it happens anyway, but this was a more blatant example that when being upper caste was the lucrative option, people hired random Brahmins and created fake genealogies if they had the money to do it. And today they are hiring random babus and declaring themselves to be ST. So the world has not really changed all that much. I'll just respond to two comments here. Milton is saying इतना खर्च करके मेहनत करके खुद के लगाने के लिए आ रहा हूँ. No, Milton, you are coming from a country which is worse off than India, so you are absolutely doing the right thing. M. Shastri is saying BJP needs to be commended for the quality work they did with NCRT. It shows they have done their homework. Yes, with the help of people like Sanjeev Sanyal who don't come from BJP, and also because of the criticisms of the right wing, not because of the encouragements of the right wing in saying that yes, you're doing a great job by not changing NCRT. That's not what the right wing said.
And Sanjeev Sanyal doesn't come from the RSS either.
Yes.
The RSS is also an issue here.
One thing that BJP people don't understand is
Rishabh, can you please hold your thought? Please remember your point, okay? I just have one last thing to add about a brilliant comment by A.K. Brahmo here. A.K. Brahmo is saying, no offense, our older generation was in an ecstasy of independence so much so that they overlooked the mismanagement of the government. A.K. Brahmo, I'm saying this is exactly what today's hardcore BJP apologizers are doing. They are let's say, swimming in the ecstasy of 2014, 2019 so much that they are ignoring everything else. Go ahead, Rishabh.
Yeah, this is the one thing that people don't understand. If you criticize them, you're only coming at them from a point of view of, see, bro, you can do this better. The worst thing that the Congress has ever done is allow Rahul Gandhi superfans into the top echelons of their party. Fundamentally, that has been the destruction of their party, because kabhi bhi growing up, and even from my conversation with my parents, no one ever thought of the Congress as anti-nationalist. They were left of center, fine, but they were never anti-nationalist. ये जो हुआ है, we need to avoid that with our party as well. So it's not that if you're criticizing them, you're anti-BJP loyalist. You just that what they're doing is wrong. People don't understand that. Both sides of the argument here are BJP loyalists. Because हम लोग जितना भी criticize कर ले, अगले साल election में जाके कमर पे ही टेपेंगे. Let's be real about that.
Yeah, and that is the ideal goal. You see, I think Boishalidhi was saying that, yeah, it is true that after all, people have to remain in power to do good work. So the most ideal situation is what is actually happening. The problem is that it's people like Kushal Mehra who are criticizing what's the ideal situation. The ideal situation is that people in the end grumble a lot and go vote for BJP, but criticize the fuck out of BJP in a way that it seems that they don't want to vote for BJP anymore. That fear has to be very fucking real in the minds of the BJP top honchos.
I think most of the people
and it is
don't
now.
get the nuance. Where हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि बीजेपी को वोट मत दो, देना तुमको उसी को पड़ेगा और तुम्हारी औकात नहीं है और किसी को देने की, और दोगे तो अपना फिर देख लो भाई. पॉइंट इज कि बीजेपी को हमेशा ये डर, आतंक रहना चाहिए उनके मन में कि आज हमारा वोट जाएगा अगर हम कुछ भी पॉलिसी इनके उल्टा सीधा करें. वो आतंक.
और भाई हमारे अर्बन जनरल कास्ट हिंदू मेन के लिए तो और भोसरी के कुछ है भी नहीं. ये ट्विटर में आतंक नहीं फैला तो और क्या फैला है? और तो कुछ नहीं है हमारा. वोटिंग पावर नहीं है, स्ट्रीट पावर नहीं है, और फिर मतलब वोटिंग ब्लॉक भी नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है. और क्या करेंगे हम? या फिर नहीं.
अब हमारा जो एक इंस्टीट्यूशन था, फैमिली मैरिज, जो हम लोगों को बांध के रखता था, वो भी खत्म होते जा. तो हिंदू अपर कास्ट अर्बन मैन आर स्क्रूड इन दिस कंट्री. मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ, दुबई ने आपको ऑफर दिया है, आपके पास क्षमता है, ले लो.
100%.
तो फेक न्यूज है भाई. 23 लाख में दुबई का सिटीजनशिप मिल रहा तो मैं भी ले लेता.
Okay, does anyone have anything important to add? Otherwise, I'll leave now.
One last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I've noticed a parallel between the BJP and the Congress. They are this I don't know, because more Congresses have come into the BJP and hence the culture is changing or whatever. But this Darbari, like the people who are close or who are politically connected are given more protections by the party, like they speak up for the people, right? While people are not, who are more in the periphery, are not really discussed. Their accounts go to shit, or they get into trouble and stuff. They're like, I don't care. Like, अगर they उनका connections है तो हम बात करेंगे, which the Congress also does, right? So I mean, at that level, maybe that I think they can expect for most political parties. But if the BJP wants to keep building its coalition, they got to keep supporting people who are in trouble because they support the BJP. Like, so if you're a party and you are people who are supporting you and they get in trouble because they're supporting you, you should be stepping up for them. Or else people, like, it's incentive structure. Like, why should I support you? I'll just back off and not too much. So overall, your energy levels will drop around your social media campaign. So they need to change that, in my opinion.
Yeah. M. Shastri is pointing out that people were reluctant to use UPI, Dar ka mahol bahut tha, but over time people trusted it. And yes, there would be no UPI if demonetization hadn't happened. And demonetization didn't happen the way as Gurumurthy wanted it to be. He had said that first there will be bank accounts and stuff, and then there should be UPI. Modi could not manage it in that exact order and did the opposite. Now, the last thing I wanted to mention is that in terms of criticizing BJP only, that wherever you feel the need to criticize BJP, it in the end needs to happen. Finally he's back. The host of the podcast is back after the podcast is almost over. So criticizing BJP needs to go on. No one can be complacent and let people off the hook. If the Congress benefits out of our criticisms, that is what exactly will be the driver of the fear into the hearts of BJP. I had some other point. I can't remember it exactly. Anand, can you repeat what you said? I think I was about to say something based on your point only.
No, the point was that if you have most political parties, you have a single close coterie of people, right? You support them. But if you are not going to support the people who are pushing a message, if they get into trouble and you abandon them or you don't pay attention to them, your support base will start shrinking in the reverse direction, because like the confidence to keep pushing a message will drop. So that's
I remember this point. Yeah. My point was that some people might end up arguing with evidence, in fact, that no, BJP does take care of its supporters on the periphery as well. And in fact, they hire right people for helping or for furthering the ideology, even because they might show me evidence that, you see, this guy is close to this ideology and seems to be pretty good at it, and he has received a nice spot from BJP. BJP actually put him on a good spot. Here, the problem is that yes, BJP has done this in many situations, but I can give you one I can't give just because of privacy, and one example I can't give because of another privacy situation. But think of Gajendra Singh. I'm talking about 3 different fields: one in academia, one in FTI Pune, and one in something else, where BJP has put its people in a position of power or position of influence, but they are not qualified for that position. They are a laughable hire. And the moment Congress comes to power and they kick out that guy because he was hired by BJP, you personally as a BJP supporter won't be able to even justify the hiring of that BJP guy. And why? They have hired people like Gajendra Singh or shitty academics when they have good academics in their folds, in their Chintan Shivers in cities, for the sole reason that ego. They want complete fealty. They want a person completely dependent on the party, who begs for the job and sucks your dick when his job is going to be taken away. They don't want the person who is more or less qualified and can have a life outside of BJP as well, but simply wants to work with BJP to further the interests of the country. Those people are not getting hired. I think more than like in 5 or 6% of the instances in any field in the entire country. Okay, the big fucking dumb asses from BJP and RSS ranks are getting hired, and they are going to be used as examples of BJP doing right by their supporters.
That's my exact point. My point was that this Darbari culture is infiltrating the BJP. I don't know how it's happening, but it is visible at some level. But my point is more general. So, for example,
मैं बोलूँ
if
ये
you're
क्यों हो रहा है?
एक मिनट,
डाल डाल में यहाँ पर डाल में सामंतवादी बैठा. Continue.
No, but my thing is more in the larger sense. So, for example, you guys, Nava, and you are working on the internet, right? Maybe you're on Twitter, you're on Facebook and stuff. Now, if you're putting forward your argument and there's a barrage of attacks on you on a particular like word usage or idea usage by the Marxist or by the Islamist or by the Congressies, right? They attack you. The BJP needs to provide the tools for you to defend yourself. If, for example, if they don't talk to the social media company and say these are unacceptable ways of targeting citizens, like for example, there's an Islamist who goes around insulting Hindu gods, okay, on Twitter, and you challenge that person, and Twitter bans you and keeps their content alive. It's basically a losing battle, and then you're like, oh, you get demoralized. You're like, I don't want to do anything anymore. I'll just step back. So over time, you lose that the position of power. And BJP is not taking these actions. It's not taking the actions to say these are unacceptable lines that the social media companies are crossing. You cannot pick and choose who you ban. It has to be a consistent standard. So, if, for example, if you are going to let the Islamists go on saying nonsense shit on Twitter, then the Hindu also should be able to say whatever he wants on Twitter. Like those standards need to be maintained by the government. They can't be like, oh, I abandoned my people. Let them. It's a wild west. Let them manage with
The greatest example of this is, and मैंने क्योंकि यहाँ पर एक व्यक्ति ने आर्गुमेंट दिया कि जब टी राजा सिंह ने मुनव्वर फारूकी को कुछ बोला था, क्योंकि मुनव्वर फारूकी ने हमारे धर्म के बारे में कुछ बोला, तब बीजेपी ने टी राजा सिंह को सस्पेंड कर दिया था. ठीक है. अब बहुत लोग बोलते हैं कि टी राजा सिंह का बीजेपी से बाहर रहना ही अच्छा है, वो बीजेपी के बाहर रहकर हिंदुत्व के लिए काम कर सकते हैं और बीजेपी उनको प्रोटेक्शन देती रहेगी. नुपुर शर्मा के भी केस में कुछ ऐसा ही हुआ. द पॉइंट इज नॉट दैट दे आर बीइंग प्रोटेक्टेड. द पॉइंट इज आपने लोगों को क्या मैसेज भेजा कि आप जैसे ही किसी के बारे में बोल देंगे तो आपका करियर गया.
अरे यही तो भाई चीज बंगाल के बाहर वालों को समझ में नहीं आता है. ममता बनर्जी इज द 180 डिग्री ऑपोजिट ऑफ दिस.
आपका सर धड़ से अलग करने का आपको धमकी मिलेगा और आप ही को उसका दोष दिया जाएगा.
यस,
पब्लिक में तो यही हो रहा है ना. प्राइवेटली कितना भी प्रोटेक्ट कर लो, पब्लिक में मैसेज क्या जा रहा है? और जो लोग धमका रहे हैं उनका तो मनोबल बढ़ रहा है ना. ये बात नहीं समझते कि पब्लिक में मैसेजिंग कैसे जाएगा और उससे किसका मनोबल बढ़ेगा.
I'd just like to respond to Varun Dev's second last comment here. दादा बीजेपी में डर है कि फ्रीबीज नहीं देंगे तो हार जाएंगे, तो लोग ही सपोर्ट करेंगे सोशलिज्म को, तो क्या फायदा. Varun Dev, the criticism towards log here is absolutely justified, and we are doing that from our channel as well. We are criticizing socialists and who believe in socialism, etc., and we are addressing it to the general populace as well. But that's our it's okay for us to do it and criticize the people, because we are not in power, neither are the people. But we also have to criticize BJP because they are in power. So I shouldn't be teaching propaganda or election winning skill sets to BJP, right? They know what to do in that situation, right? If they do, why can't they fight this goddamn propaganda? The way to do it would be very easily just co-opt some commies and make them say free markets are a great thing, because that's what BJP usually is great at. They just pay someone some money to say stuff. Otherwise, the few economists who do say that free markets are great, prop them up, give them good positions. Or the easiest fucking way would be to just give 20 crore rupees to Libertarian Party of India. Think of American football. I don't know if it works in it works in soccer as well. You are going ahead with the ball, there's one guy just to take away your opponents. As if BJP has never paid any opponent ever, really. Is Rahul Gandhi there not outside the jail for any other reason that he used to help BJP win elections? So can't they really pay 20 crore, 30 crore rupees to Libertarian Party of India and make them say weird, insane shit that BJP can't afford to say, but at the same time change people's minds away from freebies? And if push comes to shove, let's say the worst case scenario for BJP in this case is that LPI turns into a monster that will consume BJP now. Do alliance with those guys. चूतिए मादरचोद भोसड़ी वालों से हर वक्त अलायंस करते फिर रहे हो, तो एक अच्छे पार्टी से ही अलायंस कर लो जिसके साथ तुम्हारा आइडियोलॉजिकली इंटरनली मिलता है. किसी भी बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता को इंटरनली पूछो तो बोलता है हाँ, actually, yes, we do agree capitalism is great. Yeah, there must be some Sanatan aspects to it and all, which doesn't make any sense logically, but they do want the end of socialism. They don't want freebies, because at least Modi has said freebies are a bad thing. तो उसके बाद से तो वो दिमाग में घुस गया है. तो भाई, तो दो पैसे लिबर्टेरियन पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया को, वो तुम्हारा काम कर देगा. And they are good at propaganda, and they have connections in media and stuff as well. Now the other thing is that if you do end up promoting socialism, let's say promoting the opposition to socialism, winning elections becomes tough for you. Let's not forget that, Varun Dev. You asked the question, right? BJP does benefit from socialism. अगर लोग तुमको भगवान मानते हैं because you give them the freebie, then what? Then they can't win elections with that much ease. Then their own propaganda is going to fail. So they are not going to counter propagandize socialism.
One last thing, because you mentioned narratives, right? I have noticed this repeatedly when BJP does debates other parties or other narratives. When an accusation is made, they don't deal with the accusation. They let it linger. They let it linger for like a week or 2 weeks. Then they're like, oh, maybe I should counter this. They wait for it to like fructify in the population. You have to cut down the allegation right away. You deal with it right there. You don't let it fester. And BJP is doing every issue. They let it fester. Every issue. I have no idea why they let it fester, but they let it fester. And it's frustrating to me every time I watch it. They lose, and every time they lose the narrative war a little bit. They lose it a little bit. Then maybe later they gain it a little bit. I don't know what happens, but they've like every farm laws, the electoral bonds, like every single one, they abandoned the narrative high ground. Everything can be countered. Every single thing could have been countered. They did not take the advantage of the ability to do it. They did not. I think only recently, I think Shehzad is the only spokesperson who has been able to do a significant dent in that thing. Like the rest all are incompetent. Some are really bad. Like I think some Agarwal, he has spectacles that. Like I'm like, can you just keep quiet? Let the anchor do the talking. You just keep quiet. Some guy. And I'm like, what the hell?
Okay, I think Slavin, let's have the last word. Then Yajanda, you will finish with almost 4 hours plus.
Yeah.
You must be tired.
Hey guys, no, just wanted to say bring in the point that all of you guys made about. I agree with Niranjan that we have to criticize BJP, especially like I had this read. I don't know how true it is, but they say BJP voters are fairly urban-based voters. Now with the dissatisfaction levels because of the crumbling infrastructure goes up, I don't think the Hindutva will be that much of a binding force to keep this electorate cohesive enough to breach 400 or maybe even get to 240 or whatever it is they have right now. You have to appease the urban voters somehow, give them the infra, the cities that they need, more livable cities and more employment opportunities. Otherwise, it's going to, and we have to keep the pressure on them. And that famous dialogue that you said, like keeping them in that fear of like losing, just so that they do what we want for us. So like that dialogue I don't is like oxygen तुम्हें पानी में इसको पानी में रखो पानी से डूब के मरने नहीं रहे ऑक्सीजन जिंदा नहीं रहना नहीं पानी ऐसा कुछ तो है वो डायलॉग but like you have to keep their head in the water, take them out, let them read again in the water. You can't. Politicians are very late. You can't trust them. You have to keep the pressure on. That's it. That's for what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Yeah. So
मैं 2 शब्द बोल दूं फिर आप अंत कर दीजिएगा.
नहीं, अब तुमको पैसे लगेंगे. You need to pay money for this.
हाँ, I will pay money.
बोलो.
पहला है कि इस देश में डाल में फ्यूडल लॉर्ड बैठा है, इसीलिए सोशलिज्म को खत्म लोगों का करना पड़ेगा, आंदोलन करना पड़ेगा. दूसरा बात है, लिबर्टेरियन पार्टी को मेरा सुझाव है, आप जानते हैं दादा तो उनको बता दीजिएगा कि उनको अच्छे हिंदी बोलने वाले लोग चाहिए अपने विचारों को फैलाना है. तो मोदी जैसे हिंदी बोलने वाले लोग, सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जैसे हिंदी बोलने वाले, तो ये अंग्रेजी हिंदी मिश्रण करने वाले लोग नहीं. तो ये दोनों बात. और तीसरा, भाजपा पर आतंक बने रहना चाहिए, बस।
Yes. I have actually said this to Libertarian Party of India already, and I don't point out to them everything that I find wrong in their framing of an argument, really, because first of all, I want them to piss a lot of people off, because that they just should push the envelope and turn a few heads. But on the beef issue, I think it was a huge disaster, because first of all, you gave an excuse to right wingers to criticize you on a policy which is not being done by any party right now, which is being asked to a hypothetical political party after their hypothetical victory, which might not happen in our lifetimes. And why won't they do it after coming to power, hypothetically after our lifetimes end? उस ऐसा गांडू टॉपिक पे अपना सारा पॉपुलैरिटी जो हुआ था हिंदुत्ववादियों में वो खो दिया. So they have to be tactful about this. I have not spoken to them about this, but this is my opinion on it, because there are always third rail issues in politics on which you just don't talk about because you don't have to care. तो यहाँ पे फिर प्रॉब्लम यही हुआ, आई थिंक, फ्रॉम सम पीपल ऑफ द लिबर्टेरियन पार्टी, के कितना बढ़िया कूल लिबर्टेरियन हूँ वो फेसबुक के ग्रुप के लिबर्टेरियंस के सामने प्रमाण करने के चक्कर में असली इश्यूज, असली मोर रेलेवेंट जिन इश्यूज में लिबर्टेरियन पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया का थोड़ा स्टीम बढ़ा था, उसको अपने हाथों से धक्का मार के गड्ढे में फेंक दिया. एंड दे शुड नॉट डू दैट. Okay, then anyone has any more things to add? Then otherwise we'll go.
Yeah, I want to disagree with Aniket. We are not fundamentally socialists. We are fundamentally capitalists. That's why you don't pay taxes. Every Indian wants to avoid tax paying. We are fundamentally capitalists.
Exactly.
We are basically being gaslit to think we are socialists. You want the state to be socialist. We want to be capitalists. Let's be clear about that. Thank you so much.
Okay, before Dada closes off, so Dada.
I have closed off.
No. I look close off. No. Actually, why we are doing this stream, that is more important, because still 40 people are watching. So Dada will be doing his shows on Navabimas until he gets his channel fully operational. Okay.
Yeah.
So people who have left memberships from Dada, please rejoin. Okay. Don't unsubscribe. Okay. That we need to do. That's why we are doing this, to make sure that Dada is alive. We need to show the people. People are asking me, where you went, what happened to you? So Dada is alive. His channel is alive. Okay. He will be coming on live from Navabimas until his channel gets back. So don't worry about that. He is not going to come and not going to do podcast. So he will be available. So temporarily he will be doing with our channel, as he doesn't have it. So keep an eye on both the channels. Subscribe and do get the memberships back. That is the only thing. So I wanted to check. So that, Dada, over to you.
Yeah. So thanks a lot for showing concern about my channel, guys. Do not unsubscribe, and if you can, keep contributing to the Kaal Bhairav Ashtakam Vigilance project. That's all. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Hire Sibyl to defend you in suing
दादा का चैनल हैक हो गया. That's all I would say. और थोड़े दिन तक हैक रहेगा.
Yeah. Good night.
Thank you. धन्यवाद. जय श्री राम. वंदे मातरम.
वंदे मातरम.
धन्यवाद. जय श्री राम.